Good morning. I call this hearing of the Minnesota Senate Select Subcommittee on Federal Impacts on Minnesotans and Economic Stability to order. It is 10:04 on Thursday, January 29th. I'm Senator Lindsay Port, the chair of this committee. I want to start with a few housekeeping items and a welcome to some guests we have joining us today. First, this hearing is scheduled until 1 p.m., as has been publicly posted. We have a large number of testifiers today and ask those testifiers to try to keep to the time that you've been allotted. Members, please get Ms. Carlson's attention as soon as you know you want to speak so that we can keep a list and keep our member comments moving, and try to keep your remarks concise and on topic. Because of the full room today and the difficult stories that we'll be hearing, I ask that you please take side conversations out into the hallway. Joining us today are lawmakers from across the nation who have traveled to Minnesota to listen to, learn from, and support our communities. There are 13 states represented in this room today, including Wisconsin, Montana, Utah, Colorado, Illinois, Rhode Island, Georgia, Michigan, Missouri, North Dakota, North Carolina, Oregon, and Tennessee. Thank you for joining us. Unfortunately, we don't applaud during hearings, but a sincere gratitude to those lawmakers who have worked with us on many different pieces and will continue to work together. We appreciate your support today. I am going to turn it to the ranking member of the committee, Senator Carla Nelson, for some opening comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I also want to thank all the committee members and our guests. As you know, as we all painfully know, this meeting comes at a tough time, and Minnesotans are facing challenging times. Our current atmosphere is charged, and in moments like this, our responsibility as leaders is to steady things, to not inflame them, and our fundamental goals are simple. Protect Minnesotans, uphold the law, and preserve our constitutional rights. Unfortunately, tragic events have shown us what happens when communication breaks down, and when local and federal authorities stop talking, when protesters and law enforcement view each other as enemies or evil monsters. That's when things get very difficult, very difficult. And I welcome the fact that we seem to be, I hope, we are entering a new phase. The recent shift in tone from President Trump and Governor Walz is a good thing. I hope it leads to positive outcomes, because we desperately need a reset and a recommit to cooperation. I would just say that again. It is so important. We desperately need a reset and a recommit to cooperation. Removing violent, criminal, undocumented immigrants is a reasonable and necessary step to keep our communities safe. But at the same time, chaos and confrontation helps no one. People have the right to protest, but they do not have the right to obstruct law enforcement as they enforce the law. Or do they have the right to put lives at risk? Confrontation only raises danger for everyone. Finally, I would just conclude by noting that this subcommittee exists to deal with federal impacts in a serious and grounded way. And I hope that is the tone that we can set today. Madam Chair, I thank you for the time and look forward to hearing from our testifiers and the rest of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nelson. Senator Rasmussen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide some opening comments before we hear from our testifiers today. I think everyone in this committee would agree that Minnesota's had a very challenging 12 months. I want to make clear that we need to protect the constitutional rights of Minnesotans and enforce our nation's laws. We can and must do both. I'm glad that President Trump has sent his border czar, Tom Homan, to Minnesota to have conversations with Governor Walz and local officials on how we can improve the current situation in Minnesota. Tom Homan has served in key immigration leadership roles under multiple presidents, including President Barack Obama. In fact, President Obama awarded Mr. Homan the Presidential Rank Award for his work in immigration enforcement. Earlier today, Mr. Homan stated that he expects a decrease in federal officers in Minnesota based on common sense cooperation between state, local, and federal authorities. Minnesota needs Governor Walz, Mayor Frey, and other officials to work in good faith to de-escalate the situation here in Minnesota. Federal immigration officials would prefer to arrest criminal illegal immigrants from state prisons and local jails versus on the streets due to a lack of cooperation. Unfortunately, we've seen Minnesota Democrats advocate for sanctuary policies that prohibit cooperation with immigration authorities. Let me be clear on what that means. When a violent criminal illegal alien is arrested by local law enforcement and is in a local jail, immigration authorities can request that the individual be released to their custody. Some of the largest counties in Minnesota are currently refusing to honor these requests and are instead putting violent criminals back on the street. These sanctuary policies make Minnesota less safe and should be rejected. And those are proposals that we can consider as a part of the upcoming legislative session. And I would encourage further cooperation and dialogue during this important time for our state.
Senator McQuaid.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank everybody who has joined us today and who is watching virtually, who is here to share their testimony, and those who can't be here to share their testimony because it wouldn't be safe. I was distracted a minute ago because in my community, ICE is going door to door, knocking on doors, looking for people of color and asking for their papers. We have seen this over and over and over again. There are Native Americans, indigenous Minnesotans who are still being held. There are children, babies, who have been taken from the streets and sent to God knows where. This has never been about cooperation. The Cottonwood County Sheriff, Deep Red Cottonwood County, has described trying to release an inmate who served their sentence to ICE, and they said, sorry, we're too busy hunting down the people in the Twin Cities. This has never been about lack of cooperation. Minnesota law enforcement, counties, jails, and prisons have always complied with the state law that requires them to. What has happened is Black, brown, Asian, and indigenous Minnesotans have been harassed. The white neighbors and allies who stand up for them brutalized, murdered, assaulted, all because we care and love for one another. Because a paramilitary has invaded the state with money that they took from our health care and our food assistance to terrorize our state. We are not broken. We are not tired. We will stand in the gap forever for our neighbors. But this must end. And then we must repair. And that will require deep accountability. It will require truth-telling. And it will require people to understand that telling the truth about what happened is not rhetoric and is not inflaming things. Naming what has happened is not rhetoric and not inflammation. What has happened is terrible. What has happened should never happen in any state, Minnesota or any other. We are not looking for ICE to just leave Minnesota. We need them to leave and never bring this to another state. Minnesotans will not put this on any other state in this country. We are at an inflection point. And I want to say that I'm hopeful about what I heard today, but I can tell you that what was said today about a drawdown or reduction in troops is not what's happening in my community. Bus stops are being terrorized. Schools are being terrorized. The number of notifications that have to go out from my school district to parents about the number of ICE cars on premise is obscene. Parents sit in daycare parking lots to make sure that their children and their teachers are protected. United States citizens carry their passports, hoping that they don't get accosted on their way to a donut shop, and hope that the person who takes it will take it seriously and let them go. And that hasn't always happened. My composure is wafer thin. I get up at 6 in the morning to listen to stories of parents who are too scared to leave their house. I go to bed at midnight trying to find legal assistance for US citizens who've been detained. What is happening here is almost indescribable. In fact, we are under-describing it. And I'll just end because I don't want to break down at the beginning of a committee hearing. But I cannot believe what we have seen. I cannot believe what we are experiencing. And Minnesotans, regardless of party, place, gender, race, are standing up and saying, hey, no. So today we are Minnesotans. We're going to put down all of the party affiliations or all of the talking points that we've been given by any one person. We are Minnesotans today. And we are going to listen to the stories of Minnesotans. And we are going to begin, hopefully, when this ends, because it is not, to repair and get accountability. Thank you.
As we move to the testifiers on our hearing, I want to begin this hearing by bringing us together for a moment of silence to mark the deaths of Renee Macklin-Good and Alex Preddy, two beloved and brave Minnesotans taken from their families, friends, and neighbors far too soon. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. The violent deaths of Alex Preddy and Renee Macklin-Good brought the world to a halt. Other tragedies unseen, but no less painful, no less wrong. Victor Manuel Diaz came to Minnesota in 2024 from Nicaragua, a poverty-stricken dictatorship, to make money for his two sons and his mother. Victor found work on a dairy farm, then recently in the kitchen at a Coon Rapids restaurant that was raided by ICE on January 6th. Victor was taken to the East Montana Detention Center in Texas, a tent city of 2,700 people who have reported medical neglect, hunger, physical, psychological, and sexual abuse. On January 14th, Victor Manuel Diaz died. He was 36. The Department of Homeland Security says Victor's death was a suicide. His family doesn't believe it, and who can blame them? This administration says they came to Minnesota to arrest the worst of the worst, and we've seen what that means to them. Young children, elderly women, line cooks, people at bus stops, in line at the pharmacy, at their immigration check-ins, driving to work, or hiding in their homes. Donald Trump expected Americans to give up their neighbors, but he came to the wrong place. The Minnesota response to ICE's occupation is an inspiration. Community organizing, street monitoring, protests and vigils, people donating time and money, delivering food and medications, carpooling, school kids, and workmates. This invasion has met an insurgency. And that insurgency is healthcare workers and teachers with a moral code, union members with cell phones and whistles, PTA moms with minivans, and grandmas with Costco accounts. In 19 days, when the legislature comes into session, resistance means leadership, reclaiming our sovereignty, inscribing rights that belong to Minnesotans and all Americans, and demanding accountability for the agents who perpetrated this evil and the leaders who sent them here. Today, resistance takes the form of documentation, documenting the truth and bearing witness, building a body of evidence for investigators and prosecutors, elected leaders, and future generations of Americans as we decide what we can tolerate and what kind of country we want to be. Today and every day, we're building a roadmap to navigate through authoritarianism, a path forward to a future that values humanity and the rule of law. This hearing is a document to the American people and the world to know that this cannot happen to a peaceful people, and when it does, we will fight back. We'll start today with a constitutional analysis of the ICE actions of the past few months. Will Mr. Bowler, Ms. Nelson, and Ms. Decker please approach the testimony table? Please introduce yourselves with your full names, and when you're ready, begin your testimony. Senator Rasmussen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While our testifiers get ready, do you know, Madam Chair, do we have anyone from the Department of Public Safety here today that, if we have questions based off the testimony, would be able to answer any questions?
We do not. We did speak with them. They are engaged in the work in our communities at this moment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think it would be, it's my understanding that Governor Walz has designated the Department of Public Safety to have these ongoing conversations with Mr. Holman and federal authorities. And so if they're able to join us at some point today, I think that could be helpful to see the latest on their conversations. Thank you.
Please go ahead and introduce yourselves for the record and begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Port and members of the committee. Morning, Chair Port and members of the committee. My name is John Beeler, and I'm the Policy Counsel for the American Civil Liberties Union of Minnesota. I have with me Teresa Nelson, the Legal Director for the ACLU of Minnesota. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. What we have witnessed in the last 2 months, and what we are continuing to witness, is one of the largest deprivations of constitutional protections in the history of our state. Largest here includes the number of constitutional protections violated and the sheer volume of violations by federal officers. By way of background on how we arrived here in these circumstances, in December 2025, the Department of Homeland Security announced the beginning of Operation Metro Surge, which included the deployment of 3,000 agents, including 2,000 from Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, and 1,000 from Customs and Border Protection, or CBP, which ICE Director Todd Lyons called the largest immigration operation ever. And this was, lest we forget, ostensibly a supplemental fraud investigation. These actions have resulted in the deaths of multiple Minnesotans, including the shooting deaths of Renee Good and Alex Pretty, and the custodial death of Victor Manuel Diaz. These actions have caused untold damage to our residents through direct physical assault, liberal deployment of chemical irritants like tear gas and pepper spray, and countless restraints and arrests. It has caused untold trauma through unlawful arrests and detentions, family separations, and families forced into hiding regardless of citizenship status and solely based on race and ethnicity. I want to stress the adjectives I used in those previous statements. Untold, countless, it's like that. One of the hardest aspects of our work now is to accurately quantify the breadth of the harm. We do not know how many Minnesota residents have been deported, detained, arrested, injured, or violated. We do not know how many Minnesotans are currently in detention, where they are being held, and whether they have legal status that would prohibit their ongoing detention. This is a direct result of the disinformation and complete lack of transparency by the federal government. According to DHS last week, they say they have arrested 10,000 immigrants with criminal records. We have no reason to believe that number is accurate, as no comprehensive list of names, records, immigration status, criminal history, or present detention status has been provided. By way of example of this information discrepancy, DHS claims that there are 1,360 individuals with ICE detainers in Minnesota custody. According to a survey of the Department of Corrections records, there are 207 individuals in state custody and another 97 in county custody, resulting in a difference of nearly 1,000 individuals. We do, however, have some numbers available. Since the opening of our reporting portal 6 weeks ago, the ACLU of Minnesota has received over 500 reports of constitutional violations by federal agents. This is obviously only a small sliver of actual incidents because it does not include those where individuals do not know about our reporting form, where they are afraid of retaliation for making contact, or due to the nature of their detention, there is no one available to file a report on their behalf. In a rather remarkable order yesterday, Judge Schultz, Chief Judge of the United States District Court of Minnesota, said the ICE has violated 96 orders across 74 cases just this month and just here in Minnesota. He said that ICE has likely violated more court orders in Minnesota in January 26 than some federal agencies have in their entire existence. The ACLU of Minnesota has 2 cases in federal court stemming from the government's actions these past 2 months. Tincher v. Nome is a case involving violations of the First Amendment rights of individuals to document and protest ICE activity, and their Fourth Amendment rights to be free from unreasonable seizures and excessive force. On January 26, Judge Menendez of the United States District Court of Minnesota entered a preliminary injunction that plaintiffs were likely to succeed on the merits of their claims. That injunction, however, has been stayed by the Eighth Circuit pending appeal. In Hussein v. Nome, we are seeking a preliminary injunction prohibiting federal agents from their unconstitutional practices of making unlawful warrantless arrests and of stopping, questioning, and detaining Minnesotans on the basis of race and ethnicity. That case, filed 2 weeks ago, is set for a hearing on February 9th on our motion for a preliminary injunction. There are numerous other cases brought by attorneys primarily seeking writs of habeas corpus to compel the release of wrongfully held Minnesotans, and as we'll discuss later, the courts have been inundated with these cases due to rampant wrongful detention and violations of court orders. Now, when we think of constitutional protections, we generally think of the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. We have violations or threats to violate 6 of those amendments in less than 2 months. Threatening to violate constitutional rights is in itself a violation of those rights because of the chilling effect it has on people's ability to utilize those rights. Just run through a quick list for you. The First Amendment explicitly protects several freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and freedom of assembly. Courts have also long read into the First Amendment a right to freedom of association. The First Amendment right to freedom of speech includes the right to peacefully document law enforcement officers engaged in their official duties. And as the court in Tincher noted, that is true of every circuit court to have considered the question. Yet, when our client Susan Tincher was observing ICE conduct and asking if agents were here with ICE in Minneapolis, she was pulled to the ground, handcuffed, removed to the federal Whipple building where agents removed her clothes and cut off her wedding ring. She was released after 5 hours in custody. Our client, Abdikadir Noor, observed ICE detaining 2 Latino men and another woman attempting to inform the men of their right not to answer questions. The woman was thrown to the ground and held there face down in the snow for nearly 30 minutes, while agents broke the window of the vehicle and dragged the 2 men out of their car. Then the agents turned their focus to Mr. Noor, who was grabbed, forced to the ground, handcuffed, driven to Whipple, while at Whipple, Mr. Noor was subjected to racist commentary from the officers, shackled, and eventually released without charges or documentation. This case alone contains over a dozen instances with sworn statements of Minnesotans exercising their First Amendment rights who were subjected to federal harassment, violence, and detention. Federal agents have violated the rights of the press. Earlier this week, ICE agents threatened to break the window and detain 2 Italian journalists who were recording ICE activity. Last week, the DOJ sought an arrest warrant for journalist Don Lemon for covering a protest, which was denied by the federal magistrate judge. The DOJ asked District Judge Schultz to review the denial, something that the judge said neither he nor his colleagues collectively had ever heard of. Not only that, when the DOJ did not like the time frame in which the judge informed them he would make his decision, they appealed over his head to the Eighth Circuit, where their petition was denied. On freedom of association, earlier this week, FBI Director Kash Patel threatened an investigation into text groups that Minnesotans are using to notify their neighbors of ICE activities, to coordinate rent and food relief, and to alert their school and daycare workers of federal raids. On the Second Amendment, after the killing of Alex Preddy, FBI Director Patel said that Americans, quote, cannot bring a firearm to any sort of protest you want. Similarly, President Trump said, quote, you cannot have guns. You cannot walk in with guns, in response to the incident. All Americans, including gun owners, have First Amendment rights. And while gun ownership is a separate constitutional right and gun use itself is considered conduct outside the First Amendment, gun owners do equally have equally strong core First Amendment rights to speech and protest. The government cannot treat lawfully armed speakers more harshly simply because of their views or because they are lawfully carrying firearms. On the Fourth Amendment, the Fourth Amendment bars the government from unreasonable search and seizure of an individual or their private property. In our litigation, Hussein v. Nome, we identified numerous stops made by federal agents solely on racial and ethnic appearance of those detained. Our clients, like Mr. Hussein, who were physically restrained and dragged to a squad car, declarants, like Mr. Sackey, who needed hospitalization, and AA, who was handcuffed and forced into a squad car. Rarely, if ever, do federal agents meet the requirements necessary for these stops. Probable cause to believe a person is removable and that they are a flight risk. Rarely even do the agents know who they have stopped, but rather they are making a stop on the basis of race and ethnicity and then proceeding from there. Last week, law enforcement officers from around the metro held a remarkable press conference saying they have received endless complaints about federal agents profiling these residents, including federal agents racially profiling off-duty Minnesota law enforcement officers. One officer from Brooklyn Park was assaulted when she attempted to record the encounter. On the Fifth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment requires due process before the government deprives someone of life, liberty, or property. The Due Process Clause protects individuals from government action where it is motivated by animus based on race, ethnicity, national origin, or religion. The right to equal protection, explicitly set forth as applying to the states in the 14th Amendment, is applied to the federal government through the Due Process Clause of the Fifth Amendment. These constitutional protections are designed to protect against the exact sorts of stops outlined in Hussein v. Noam. These are not just ACLU of Minnesota cases. In fact, these cases are so prevalent that Judge Schultz, again Chief Judge of the U.S. District Court of Minnesota, issued an order earlier this week noting that the federal government had ignored his order to give a detainee a bond hearing or release him within 7 days. The judge noted that this order was, quote, one of dozens of court orders with which respondents have failed to comply in recent weeks, and that the practical consequences of that failure to provide due process means that detainees often spend a significant amount of time in detention, or they are flown to Texas and detained, or they are released in Texas and told to find their own way back to Minnesota. As mentioned earlier, given yesterday's order, we now know that there have been at least 96 orders violated across 74 cases, which the court says is certainly understated. Quick sampling of other findings from district court judges in Minnesota. An individual with refugee status received a fake phone call informing him that he had a package at his door, and when he opened the door, he was thrown to the ground, detained, and arrested without a warrant. No notice has been provided that the U.S. government is moving to terminate his refugee status. A refugee from Myanmar, who's a nursing mother, was separated from her infant child and transferred out of state, an abhorrent action that the court called, quote, particularly craven, and has caused immediate harm to the mother and child by denying them crucial bonding time. The court required the release of a man who was hospitalized with severe head injuries due to the violence of his arrest. Despite being incapacitated with those head injuries, ICE was requiring him to be handcuffed to his hospital bed and supervised by ICE agents at all times. ICE detained a pregnant mother, her husband, and 2 sons, despite active asylum petitions and no criminal convictions. ICE transferred Ms. Gutierrez Montalvan out of state despite a court order directing them not to do so. ICE detained a Ukrainian refugee who fled the Russian war, who has no criminal convictions, and who the government has not sought to remove. The government lured him out of his home by asking him to voluntarily meet with immigration officials and detained him when he complied. One district court judge noted, quote, there has been an undeniable move by the federal government in the past month to defy court orders or at least stretch the legal process to the breaking point in an attempt to deny non-citizens their due process rights. On the Sixth Amendment, which protects the right to counsel, the federal government has been routinely denying immigration attorneys the right to meet with their clients. One attorney was told by federal agents they, quote, don't do attorney visitation. Not immediately, of course, but rather they made him wait 4 hours before informing him of that. These attorneys noted for the last decade, when immigration clients have been held at Whipple, they have been allowed attorney visitation. Attorneys say they have received a variety of explanations for why they cannot see their clients, including claims that they did not have appointments, that their clients did not ask for them by name, and that the Whipple building cannot accommodate attorney-client visits. Another attorney reported that ICE told him, quote, if we let you see your clients, we'd have to let all of our detainees see their attorneys. And imagine the chaos. Imagine the chaos. The Advocates for Human Rights just yesterday filed a lawsuit regarding the refusal of federal agents to allow detainees access to counsel. Their lawsuit says that many detainees are only allowed their first phone call after they have been transferred from Whipple, almost always to an out-of-state facility. Even when detainees are allowed access to counsel, they are not provided with privacy, and federal agents are able to and do listen into their phone calls. The lawsuit alleges that federal agents have pressured their clients to sign forms agreeing to, quote, self-deport without attorney consultation, and that they have subjected the attorneys themselves to physical confrontation and exposure to tear gas. On the 10th Amendment, the state of Minnesota and the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul have sued the federal government in Minnesota v. Nome, alleging violations of state and local sovereignty as protected by the 10th Amendment. I believe I have already taken up a significant portion of this committee's time, however, and we'll leave it there. Thank you for your time today. We are available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bueller. Ms. Decker?
Madam Chair and members, my name is Julia Decker. I am the Policy Director for the Immigrant Law Center of Minnesota, or ILCM. ILCM is a nonprofit, nonpartisan 501c3 organization that provides free immigration legal services to low-income immigrants and refugees across the state of Minnesota. The current crisis we are experiencing is occurring in the context of major immigration law and policy shifts at the federal level that are requiring monthly, weekly, and sometimes even daily updates to the ways that we advise and educate our clients and the community. Immigrants and refugees, including those with lawful status and those applying for lawful status, have been subject to over a year of increasingly hostile and restrictive immigration policies and rhetoric from the federal government. This current crisis that we're experiencing is also occurring, as you have heard, in a moment of extremely low transparency. We're grateful to our colleagues at the ACLU of Minnesota and other organizations that are bringing these cases in federal court to shine some light on what is happening, because the reality of the immigration system, particularly the enforcement and removal system, is that it is extremely opaque, and it has become even more so under the current administration. You've heard from my colleague about the examples of racial profiling by federal agents, violent arrests, failure to provide due process, and other constitutional violations. I want to emphasize that we often receive additional reports of other types of these types of violations occurring when we speak with impacted people and community members. But the speed at which current enforcement operations are occurring and the need to prioritize identifying, locating, and contacting people who have been detained often makes following up and fully verifying reports extremely difficult. Moreover, the relative timelines of federal litigation and immigration proceedings create a situation where even if there is a blatant, egregious violation of a person's civil rights that can be remedied in federal court, an impacted person can very well be removed, deported, long before the civil rights case is ultimately resolved. I want to focus the remainder of my testimony on some additional issues regarding access to counsel. First and foremost, it's important to understand that while people in immigration court proceedings have a right to an attorney, that attorney is not provided to them by the government, as it would be in a criminal court proceeding. So if a person is not able to afford an attorney, it is very likely that they will have to proceed in that immigration court proceeding pro se, despite the often life and death implications of that immigration court proceeding. In the current ongoing operation in Minnesota, what we have seen is that people arrested in Minnesota are often not being detained in Minnesota. Even if they have a pending case in the immigration court here in Minnesota, even if they have an attorney representing them here in Minnesota, they are increasingly being sent, often within hours, to detention facilities in Texas, New Mexico, and other states. This creates serious access to counsel issues. First, it can take a very long time for anyone, including a person's attorney if they're represented, to find out where a person has been taken. While there is an online detainee locator run by the federal government, it is not updated in real time and sometimes is not updated at all. Second, many of the detention facilities out of state require payment for detainees to make a phone call. Phone calls to counsel are free, but only if the person has a lawyer and the lawyer sets up an account. And a lawyer can only set up an account if they know where their client is. As you can see, this creates two issues. First, for people who do not have an attorney, in order to contact anyone, they need money. And in order to contact someone for that money, they need money. For those who have an attorney, the attorney needs to know where they are, which loops back to the first problem. Third, even assuming an attorney can make contact with his or her client in detention in another state, there are additional logistical issues, such as communicating on a regular basis and getting client signatures on required court documents. We raise these issues in the context of the immigration system, and we want to emphasize the extreme harm that has been and continues to be inflicted on Minnesota's immigrant and refugee communities. At the same time, we also want to note that these are attacks on bedrock constitutional principles, and as such, they have implications for all Minnesotans, citizen and non-citizen alike. Thank you.
Ms. Nelson, did you want to add anything now or just here to answer questions?
Madam Chair, I am just here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, questions? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question to whomever would like to respond. A lot of attention has been galvanized by images in the news and on social media of ICE and perhaps also Border Patrol agents bursting into people's homes and other private spaces without the benefit of a judicial warrant, surrounding homes with guns. Just a story yesterday about a house that was surrounded with guns pointed at it where only 2 children were home. But more importantly, crossing the threshold, entering private space when told explicitly they are not welcome to come in without the benefit of judicial warrant. And of course, we've heard about the leaked memo in which apparently attorneys within Department of Homeland Security have indicated that that agency, for whatever reason, is not subject to these Fourth Amendment constraints. And I was wondering if you could spend some time visiting with us about that idea, that analysis, and the experience of any of your clients with that regard.
Ms. Nelson?
Madam Chair, Senator Dibble, thank you for that question. I am going to preface this by saying that I am not the immigration law expert in our legal team. However, and I'm aware of the memo that you're referencing where the department believes that it has the legal authority to enter homes without a warrant. I will say 2 things. One, we disagree with that. The Fourth Amendment has always required a warrant, and there is no immigration law exception to that. Well, maybe I'll say 3 things. Number 2, those are those claims by the federal government will ultimately be tested in court. And number 3, we are working to document all of these situations. And it is not a claim, or it is not a specific fact pattern in the Hussein litigation. All of our clients in Hussein did not experience this kind of home invasion. However, we have heard the same stories you have, and there's a climate of fear right now. People are terrified and very afraid to come forward, to tell their stories, to be on record with those stories. And so we are, at this point, working to document what is happening. We firmly believe that this violates the Fourth Amendment, and we disagree with the federal government's assessment of the situation. My understanding is that they're relying on the existence of a final order of deportation for somebody in the home. Whether or not that actually exists is unclear, because we have seen multiple instances where they've gotten the home wrong, and there isn't a person who is subject to a final order of removal. So even that justification seems sketchy, seems thin. Thank you.
Senator Dibble, follow up?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the information.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is for whoever the testifiers is best positioned to answer this question. One change that has happened at the federal level in terms of immigration enforcement law has been the passage of the Lake and Riley Act. And I know the ACLU was opposed to that bill passing. It had bipartisan support from Minnesota's congressional delegation and fairly wide bipartisan support when it was passed and signed into law. I was wondering if you could talk about why you oppose that bill and what impact it currently has on immigration enforcement in Minnesota.
Ms. Nelson.
Madam Chair, members, The ACLU did oppose that, you are correct. We opposed it because we were concerned about arbitrary detention. My colleague John mentioned the Fifth Amendment right to due process, and another aspect of the Fifth Amendment right to due process is the right to be free from arbitrary detention. And so the Supreme Court has recognized that the government can detain people based on civil immigration violations, but that detention has to be directly related to the government purpose. And so that requires an individualized determination. And what the Laken-Riley Act does is simply cuts off that individualized determination. And so throughout our history with immigration law, we have laws that balance the right to due process and and eliminating the risk of erroneous deprivations. And so even in situations where federal law requires mandatory detention, the Supreme Court has said if that detention becomes unreasonably prolonged, people need to be released. And so, and I'm not talking about people who are pretrial, right? Because if somebody who is accused of a crime goes through that criminal process first, and we have a criminal legal system, we have citizens who are accused of, convicted, sentenced, punished for heinous crimes. And when their sentence is done, they have a due process right to be released if they are not a danger to the community. And if they are a danger, then we have a civil detention process, a civil commitment process that can sometimes be used. And so our opposition to the Laken-Riley Act is that it is sort of a reflexive, mandatory detention, regardless of the individual circumstances.
Follow-up, Senator Rasmussen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the answer on that, for clarifying the ACLU's position on that bill. The ACLU also, back in 2014 and kind of throughout its history, has sued multiple administrations over immigration enforcement. And I'll just read, this is from the ACLU's website on a headline on a press release they put out. They said, ACLU sues Obama administration for detaining asylum seekers as intimidation tactics. And I know also the ACLU basically called President Obama the deporter-in-chief, and also, I believe, took the Obama administration to court for using administrative hearings versus, having detained illegal migrants go in front of a federal judge. And I was wondering, did you win any of those cases against the Obama administration? Did the courts find that they violated rights, and does that inform the conversation today that we're having on immigration enforcement?
Ms. Nelson?
Madam Chair, Senator, yes, thank you for bringing that up, because it demonstrates the fact that the ACLU is a nonpartisan organization, and we are here to fight for people's constitutional rights. And the answer is that, yes, we have won cases against the Obama administration. Again, I'm not the immigration law expert, but I want to say that Jennings v. Rodriguez was a case that was brought during the Obama administration. That's a U.S. Supreme Court decision. And there are a number of others. And I have been at the ACLU of Minnesota since 1997. And we have done a number of local immigration law litigation, and that has spanned administrations.
Senator Rasmussen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one follow-up for the ACLU testifiers here today. If we have an individual who is here in the country illegally, they've committed a serious crime, are being held in a jail in Minnesota, and ICE requests to be notified of the release of that individual so that they can go safely apprehend them and enforce our nation's immigration laws. Is that something that local governments can do, and do you support having violent illegal migrants handed over to federal immigration authorities?
Ms. Nelson?
Madam Chair, Senator, I believe that you are talking about the ICE detainer request system. And I would say that under Minnesota law, local jails, when an individual is set to be released, let's say that a local court has set a bail amount and they are bailing out of jail, that means that the judge has said, okay, you can be released into the community if you meet these conditions. So that decision has already been made for that person to be released into the community if they meet those conditions. At that time, it is not unlawful for a jail to notify ICE that this person is going to be released. What is unlawful is for that jail to then hold the individual so that ICE can come to take custody for them. Once they have been released, the jail needs to treat that individual in the same way they treat everybody else, and process them in the ordinary course and release them. And if ICE has not arrived yet, they don't have the legal authority to hold somebody beyond that. There is a Minnesota Court of Appeals decision, Esparza versus Nobles County, that says that local law enforcement, when you are holding somebody beyond when they are supposed to be released under state law, that is a new arrest that does not have probable cause, it does not have a warrant, you do not have lawful authority, and that, at that point, violates our state constitution.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one follow-up on that. If the local agency has an agreement with federal authorities to cooperate on federal immigration law, does that change their ability to honor holds and detainers?
Ms. Nelson.
Madam Chair, Senator, no, it does not. It does not alter the state of Minnesota law. And there's an Attorney General advisory opinion on that. The ACLU has filed litigation against a county for having such an agreement that would allow them to, or that purports to allow them to hold people beyond when they should be released from state custody. And if you look at the 287G statute, it does not alter state law. It requires consistency with state law, and our state law does not allow this kind of rearrest for civil immigration law.
Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question can be for anybody, and I know, Terry, you've said, Ms. Nelson, you've said that you're not the immigration attorney. If somebody is in this country, they had their asylum interview at the border, they were admitted entrance, and they are pursuing their asylum case, and they have a work visa, are they undocumented?
Ms. Decker? Ms. Nelson?
Madam Chair, Senator, so a person who is in the process, who has been processed at the border and is proceeding with an asylum application in that sense, this is where the binary documented, undocumented distinction actually sort of falls apart. And this is one of the nuances of immigration law. A person in that process really does not fit in either of those categories because they are on the pathway to potentially receiving what we would consider a documented status, but they haven't actually received what we would consider a fully lawful status. They are in the process. They are waiting for an interview or a court hearing at which that status will potentially be determined. Their eligibility is, going to be, they're going to go through that whole process. They're going to be asked lots of questions. And then there will be a decision by a decision maker, a U.S. Immigration Services officer or an immigration judge, to determine whether they receive that asylum status. So they have a work card, right? You mentioned the work visa is an employment authorization document that allows them to work. They exist sort of in an in-between status where they, are something in between. So yeah.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Full disclosure, I did immigration casework for a member of Congress, so I did know that. I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions I already know the answer to, but I think we should kind of peel this onion. So if somebody has had their interview at the border, they've been processed, they have their work visa, they're in the asylum application process, are they known to the government? Do they have check-ins? Does the government know who they are?
Ms. Decker.
Madam Chair, Senator, yes, they are known at that point to the government. They oftentimes do have check-ins. They are required to update their address with the U.S. government.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For refugees who are vetted both in the country that they are either leaving or participating in refugee camp in before they come to the United States, and then they come to the United States and they are in the process of or have refugee status, are they here unlawfully?
Ms. Decker.
Madam Chair, Senator, no, they are not here unlawfully. Refugees have lawful status.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually forgot on the last one. If somebody has been vetted at the border, has a work visa, is going through the asylum process, they've done the biometrics, all that, are they here in this country unlawfully?
Ms. Decker.
Madam Chair, Senator, I would say, again, that is a little bit of a nuanced question, but we would not say that that is unlawful in the sense that they are currently in a lawful process to try and obtain a lawful status.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask a little bit about DACA recipients, but I want to be really careful. DACA recipients who have been approved for DACA authorization, work authorization, are they present in this country and known to the government, or are they just unknown and no one knows who they are?
Ms. Decker.
Madam Chair, Senator, DACA recipients are known to the U.S. government.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you. And could you just use the words DACA stands for?
Ms. Decker.
Madam Chair, Senator, DACA stands for Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess my long point, and thank you for following me down this road, the Minnesotans who are in this country, who are asylum seekers, who are refugees, who are DACA recipients, they are Minnesotans, members of this community. They are lawfully present in this country. Just because they arrived here and weren't born here does not mean that they are unlawfully here. I hate the phrase illegal because no person is illegal, but these folks are specifically lawfully in this country. These are the moms, dads, grandparents, bus drivers, doctors, nurses, daycare directors, teachers. These are the people that are in our community every day. These are my neighbors and my friends. And so this insinuation that there is a swarm of people in this state unknown to the government, that the Minnesota lawmakers aren't cooperating with to do something with, that is how we got, that lie is how we got here. That misinformation is how we got here. I want to go to you because you said that 240-ish names have been published by, or 240-ish names have been confirmed on this like random number of several thousand people that they're here to get.
Mr. Bueller or Ms. Nelson?
Yes, thank you. I believe you're referring to the DHS claim of ICE individuals with ICE detainers. Is that correct, Senator? Yes. So that was a recent fact sheet published by our State Department of Corrections. DHS made a public claim that there were 1,360 individuals with ICE detainers in Minnesota custody. And the DOC did a survey. They have 207 individuals in state custody and another 97 in county custody. Where those 1,000 individuals are, discrepancy between the federal number and the state number remains to be seen. But given the accuracy of the state number, we are awaiting confirmation from the federal government on the remaining 1,000.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to give a lot of credit to our local media who has done extensive reporting on this. Star Tribune reported on this. Many, many names on this list are people who've never been in Minnesota. They've never been in Minnesota custody, have no criminal records, or have a driving infraction, and so at no point would have been in state custody and then would have been turned over to the federal government, that they're just people who haven't committed crimes, or some of them aren't even real. So if I'm looking at this number, 240 we'll say, that means that we have 16 and a half federal agents per person that they're looking for with ICE detainers who are currently in state or local custody. These people are currently incarcerated, so they're not living in our community. Is that right?
Mr. Bueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator. That's correct. They are in state or county custody.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My last question is about the sheer volume of violations. You know, I've heard a lot of the stories that you shared. Some of them are new to me. And what stuck out to me was the ruses, the getting a call saying you have a box on your doorstep. There was a daycare worker in my community who was working, and someone came in and said, oh my gosh, it was a woman. There's been a car crash in the parking lot. We need your help. And she went outside and was detained for several hours by ICE before they figured out that she is in fact a US citizen, and was returned terrified to the daycare. Can you talk more about these ruses? We've seen some rumors that are possibly real or not, but we've seen real ones. Can you just talk about the ones that you've documented or verified?
Mr. Bueller.
Madam Chair, Senator, I cannot speak to the ones that we have documented or verified. When people provide their claims to us, they are protected by attorney-client privilege, given our law firm status, but we can talk in broad strokes. This also kind of correlates with the warrant discussion we had earlier. If the memo that DHS has been circulated internally and from reporting that we have seen, not through documented means and in ways that would not be FOIable, Freedom of Information Act requestable, and nor has it been published, nor has it been brought forward into court, and you know, we'll let you make inferences on the defensibility of that position given how it's been treated. But what we're seeing on the ground, these ruses, is to lure people out of protected spaces, spaces that would be protected by warrant requirements. But those follow-up detentions, even after the ruses, as I mentioned in my initial testimony, the necessity under the Fourth Amendment and in immigration statute requires agents for these detention to have probable cause that the person is both removable and a flight risk. And so as you look at these cases, you look at these individuals who've been here sometimes for decades, who have family ties to the area, who have work histories, who have community involvement, what flight risk is there? What probability of removal is there? Do these agents know who they've stopped? How do you know that a person is removable if you do not know who you have stopped? How do you know a person is a flight risk if you do not know who you have stopped? And those determinations are being made after the fact. They're not being made prior to the detention as required by the Fourth Amendment and as required by federal immigration law. Thank you.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you. Last question. This is a funky piece of law, but are statements made on Twitter or social media by the U.S. government considered official statements by the government?
Mr. Bueller. Ms. Nelson.
I don't have a full legal answer for you on this one. I would note that in a recent Supreme Court discussion or oral argument regarding the validity of the removal of a Fed chair, the U.S. government took the position that the Fed chair had received notice because of a Truth Social post, and that she had not responded to that notice with a presumably Truth Social post of her own. So I do not know if there is a law. I cannot cite a law or a case on point. I believe this federal government does believe in governing by post, or that at least a post is an official statement of the United States government.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would also maybe say there's been some Supreme Court cases about whether elected officials can block or remove comments on posts that they make about official business. And so if I'm reading the tea leaves correctly from the Supreme Court, they do see official communications from governments as official communications, which is why I just want to end with this. This is official statement from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and it says, America, after 100 million deportations. Are there 100 million undocumented people in the United States of America?
Mr. Bueller. Ms. Decker.
Chair, Madam Chair, Senator, I do not believe there are 100 million immigrants in the United States of America, documented or undocumented.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't do math in public, so I'm not going to ask you to. But if one was to achieve 100 million people to remove from this country, and they were targeting Black, brown, Asian, and indigenous people, they would have to target U.S. citizens, like we've seen in Minnesota, yes?
Mr. Bueller. Ms. Decker.
Madam Chair, Senator, if there are not 100 million immigrants in this country, I don't know how you get to 100 million without targeting citizens.
Thank you.
Senator Marty, I have you on my list, but I have a question for you, Ms. Decker. You've been doing this work. You didn't just start in the last 6 weeks as we've had this surge. Is this normal? Like, is what you're seeing in court, is this the normal process that your clients who are going through the immigration process, are they experiencing the same things they would normally experience?
Madam Chair, no, I mean, I can, obviously, we could spend a lot of time talking about general, overarching issues with sort of the immigration court process. But there have been serious issues with the way that the immigration court has changed under this current administration, with the way that the process has changed, with policy changes, with changes in the judges and the appellate process. It has been drastically different, and has become very, very difficult in terms of just due process and the ability for people to effectively make their cases before the immigration court.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple minutes ago, Mr. Baylor, mentioned that for detention, an agent has to both have probable cause that the person is ordered for deportation and probable cause that they're a flight risk. Is that what I understood?
Mr. Bueller.
Madam Chair, Senator Marty, probable cause to believe the person is removable and that they are a flight risk, yes.
Senator Marty.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, the point that I think is you follow that up by saying they don't even know who they're going after right now, let alone those two conditions. So that's what I seem to be hearing, and that's what I gather you're saying as well.
Mr. Bueller.
Madam Chair, Senator Marty, from the cases that we have published, primarily in our Hussein v. Noam case, most of the individuals detained most of the individuals detained were not known to ICE prior to their stop and detention. Most of them are citizens, but most of the time, these clients, these declarants, are the ones to inform the ICE officer of who they have stopped.
Thank you.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we start drawing to the conclusion of this first part of the hearing, I just wanted to describe, I think, what we've established here. Spoiler alert, I think we've established that what we're experiencing in Minnesota with the deployment of 3,000 to 4,000 ICE and Border Patrol agents is that this is not at all about immigration, interestingly, despite the claims to the contrary. The fact that we've seen the arrest and detention of numerous people, immigrants here who have legal status, who are going through legal processes, who have no history of any sort of violations of the law in their background, being picked up and detained, sometimes in the most brutal manner, in violation of their rights, without access to counsel, being swept out of the state. The arrest and detention of numerous people who are simply in public exercising a number of their constitutional rights and freedoms without due cause, without access to due process, et cetera. The extreme mismatch, and thank you for helping us with the math, Senator Mayquade, of agents who are here, who were just announced out of the clear blue sky that they would be descending on Minnesota. 3,000 to 4,000 agents, a level of absurdity that just defies credulity. The fact that the claims of 100 million people need to be detained and deported, population of the entire country is about 343 million people. Madam Chair, I think what we've established is that There are a number of claims of why this is happening. We'll get to those later. First one we're dealing with here is this really about immigration? Our Department of Corrections shows that the number of people who ICE wants is far less than the number that are actually in incarceration, and have devoted an entire web page to debunk the claims and the myths and the lies being made by the federal government, and showing full cooperation where that opportunity is made available to honor those detainer requests. And so, Madam Chair, I think we can only be left to conclude that this is about a projection of federal power in an effort to intimidate, in an effort to overturn our system of laws and due process. And Madam Chair, it feels like we have the very foundations of our freedoms and our democracy under attack by the federal government, and our personal and physical safety is being endangered by our own federal government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kupek.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a kind of two quick questions here. I am just wondering about under what legal authority, or is it unconstitutional to kind of sweep people up and remove them down to, let's say, Texas, to a camp or prison down there, and then if they are found, to be able to be released when they are down in Texas, is there any obligation by the federal government to get those people back to Minnesota? Thank you.
Ms. Nelson?
Madam Chair, Senator, so every situation is different. However, you heard my colleague, Ms. Decker, talk about what we're seeing happening is that people are being taken into custody and very swiftly removed to Texas and moved to Texas in order to, the predictable result is that these folks have a very difficult time accessing counsel. They have a difficult time fighting their removal case. And so I think when the final analysis comes in and we look at each of these individual cases, we will see a number of them where the initial detention was not lawful. The Advocates for Human Rights has filed a second lawsuit. Actually, it was preceding the access to counsel case, challenging the detention and transfer of folks in this, people with refugee status, people who are not necessarily subject to detention, and the removal of them to Texas in this system called Operation Paris. And so I think that we will see a number of unlawful actions by this jurisdiction. In that advocate's lawsuit, the federal district Judge Tunheim just yesterday issued an order prohibiting this kind of behavior for refugees. And so, yeah, there may be some circumstances where this conduct is lawful, but also a number of them where it is not. And
go ahead.
I can't answer the question about whether there's an obligation to bring them back. That may be something that would need to be fought through the Federal Tort Claims Act process.
Senator Kupek?
Thank you very much.
Senator Mann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we have fairly solidly established that this is not about crime, and perhaps very little to do with immigration either. This is a fairly racist campaign of the federal government against Black and brown people in this country. So very quick question with a one-word answer, if you will. Is the federal government arresting, detaining, or deporting lawful Minnesota residents without any criminal records?
Ms. Decker?
Madam Chair, Senator, yes.
Mr. Bueller?
Madam Chair, Senator Mann, arresting and detaining certainly. Deportations, I don't have a record of that at this point.
Ms. Nelson?
Madam Chair, Senator, I believe yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your helpful answers to our questions. We appreciate the work that you're doing and appreciate your time today. We will move to have Chase Ironeyes and Taomi Zhang come up to the testifier table. While you are getting settled at the table, we're going to go to Linus Chen on Zoom. Mr. Chen works the University of Minnesota Law School Detainees Rights Clinic. Mr. Chen, thank you so much for joining us. If you would please introduce yourself for the committee and then present the testimony of what you're seeing.
Good morning, members of the Minnesota Senate Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. My name is Linus Chan, and I am a clinical professor of law at the University of Minnesota School of Law. And as part of the Binger Center for New Americans, I run a clinic representing people who are either detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement or are in danger of being detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So I've been asked today to provide some testimony before your committee. So I'll just jump into it unless
Yes,
there's
please.
something. Yes, of course. So some of the questions that have been on the front of minds for a lot of people who unfortunately now are being confronted with what immigration enforcement can look like is, well, how is this impacting people on the ground? What does this mean for people who are the targets of this sort of aggressive messaging and enforcement? So the biggest thing is fear. This sort of policies and initiatives, which has started almost immediately after President Trump began his second term, has involved the deliberate practice of trying to increase the fear among people who are non-citizens in the United States as much as possible to drive what they call a self-deportation. They created an entire app that's supposed to encourage self-deportation, and then they have used and weaponized detention in order to drive people to do so. And they are doing this knowing that many of the same people that are trying to make the choice between whether or not to stay in the United States or not are having to do so when they have a legal right to fight their case, when they have the legal right to go in front of an immigration judge to ask for asylum, when they have the legal right to go ahead and try to get a green card because they're married to a U.S. citizen, when they have the legal right to do any number of things which Congress, and not ICE, and not the president, but Congress has actually laid out as the proper process to make some of these decisions. Nonetheless, this administration has decided to weaponize the use of detention. They've expanded the use of detention. They've deliberately argued, both in court and in other places, that they can mandatorily detain, meaning not afford people the right to ask for bond for an enormously huge amount of people that the law 30 years ago would not have authorized, and yet they are expanding the use of detention specifically to put fear into people. They are doing so even after for a group of people in which they promised they wouldn't. This includes special immigrant juveniles, people who've gotten a determination, not only that they are special immigrant juveniles, but that the government has said, we are giving you what's called deferred action. That deferred action was supposed to be a promise from the government that says, we will not try to deport you while we give you deferred action. This includes victims of serious crimes, U visa holders, who have cooperated with law enforcement for the investigation and detection of crimes. This has included trafficking victims, people who are trafficking victims and been given deferred action. We have seen in the last few weeks more and more of those people being detained. And I'm sure we're all aware, we've seen their use of detention of children. All of this is a deliberate way to create fear among everyone in the community. One of the most shocking things that I can say that has happened is that I have been fielding many calls from people who should not be afraid. Not only am I fielding calls from people who are lawful permanent residents, people who have lawful status to be in the United States, but I'm fielding phone calls from U.S. citizens, people who have naturalized, or people who have been adopted and got their U.S. citizenship through adoption, people who have documents but are being afraid that they will be detained by the government and that they would, even if they would ultimately be released, that they might have to spend, as we've seen in the news, not just hours, but in some case days of detention fighting for their ability to stay. And we know this in the backdrop that this government does not view citizens equally. They are in court right now trying to take away U.S. citizenship for people who are born in the United States, an understanding that is held since the 14th Amendment. And yet they are deliberately asking the Supreme Court of the United States to take away citizenship of people who are not born here. So when earlier there was comments about the fact that this surge, metro surge, and the use of 3,000 new troops in our cities and in the state of Minnesota, it clearly is not to enforce immigration law. If they wanted to enforce immigration law, they would not try to make it more difficult for people to go to their hearings. They would not try to make it more difficult for people to, in fact, assess and actually present themselves both in court and to ICE. Instead, they have created an atmosphere of fear and an atmosphere where they make the entire legal process delegitimized. They are making it seem very clearly that their message is the law does not apply to you, and we will make sure that you will not be able to stay in the United States. So those are the things that I'm seeing. I'm seeing children U.S. citizen children being kept home and not going to school. I have seen people not getting health care, including pregnant mothers. I have seen and heard of people not afraid to go get groceries. And again, this is not just people who are undocumented or who have no legal claim to stay in the United States. These are people with the legal claim. Just last night, a federal judge had to file an injunction against the U.S. government for detaining refugees, not for trying to remove them, because the federal government wasn't saying that they could remove them, but simply because they were refugees who applied to get their green cards. These are people who not only did everything the right way, but where the government itself is not even claiming that they can deport them. But what they are doing is detaining them. And that detention is what is driving fear in this community, and it's something that they are using to weaponize their enforcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chan. Mr. Chan, I think you said this in your comments, but you were at the roundtable with us last week and talked about how you have seen, like, as you are supporting your clients who are going through the immigration process, going through the court process, you are seeing people being detained at those appointments. I am hearing from my colleagues across the aisle, all across this country, saying people just need to do it the right way. They need to do it the legal way if they only just followed the law. But that's not what you're seeing on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, they have made it very clear that that they are willing to break the promise of the United States, to break the trust of the United States. That should be something that every citizen and every person that cares about what this country means should be concerned about. because in many of these cases, it was the US government that explicitly invited people to come in a certain way. These are people with TPS. These are people who were paroled into the United States. And again, these are people in which we gave them documentation. We gave them bona fide determinations that said, don't worry, because you have applied and because you are following the rules and regulation, we will not try to detain you. We will not try to deport you as long as you remain law-abiding. And yet, despite the fact that they do all of those things, the United States government has decided to, in fact, break that promise and detain those folks anyway. And even when they later are forced to release them, they make no qualms that they will keep trying to do it again. And that is something that I am seeing. This has nothing to do with whether or not people are following it the right way. They are doing what Congress has said that they can do, and yet they are facing detention, removal, and in some cases, awful and terrible conditions once they are detained.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chan, for your testimony and for the work that you're doing. We'll move to Chase Iron Eyes. If you would please introduce yourself for the record and present your testimony.
Hamadak Yapi, Kola Yuha Chichab Naha Buju Ani. It is my distinct honor to greet you in the languages of the waters and the sacred lands that are now called Minnesota. My name is Chase Iron Eyes. I'm an attorney with the Sacred Defense Fund, and it's my privilege and honor to be invited to testify here today. I've been a part of the Native community here in Minneapolis for almost a month now. And I have family and relatives who live in South Minneapolis in Little Earth community. And as an attorney, I've been showing up every single day for our brothers and sisters, the good people of Minneapolis and St. Paul collectively who are under siege right now, because these are not normal times. We all wish, as an attorney, I certainly wish and I hope and I'm willing to assert and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We all take that oath, and I'm in the courtrooms, and I see us trying to act like we can live our lives as if they were peaceful, as if civil decorum was being observed. But what is being described, what was described by Senator Dibble, is a declaration of war on American people, on American families. What we are facing is an insurrection and an attempted overthrow of constitutional order. When we take a look back as American Indians, we committed ourselves to the United States of America. We signed treaties with the United States of America, and we swore to defend the United States of America forever. So as an attorney, as a human being, as a father, as a husband, when I see the integrity and the sanctity of the United States Constitution being overrun outside the scope of the law, outside the scope of constitutional authority, I have to ask myself, what am I willing to give? What am I willing to give to make sure that our people, the good people of Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Minnesota, and the United States and tribal nations, what are we willing to give to ensure that we have the right to speak freely, the right to press, the right of association, the right to peaceably assemble, to petition for redress? What am I willing to give to defend the vision and the dream of the founding fathers of the United States, who held that certain rights should be inalienable, that we should be willing to assert and defend those truths that are self-evident, that anybody here today that considers it a sacred duty and obligation to assert our rights as American people, that we have a sacred obligation to create a more perfect union. This is the gravity and the weight and the magnitude of a very live controversy, a constitutional crisis that is disturbing the peace of all Minnesotans right now. This is no small matter. And like the 19th generation keeper of the sacred white buffalo calf pipe, Orville Looking Horse says, it is no accident that you were born into this time, that you chose to incarnate spiritually here in this realm, in this plane. And my heart goes out to you because you have upon your shoulders, and you have the commitment of tribal nations who've already banned ICE from tribal lands and have said in a lawful manner that we will not contend with the illegalities and the criminal seizure of constitutional order. Everything that they're accusing the good people of Minnesota for violating is being done by those that we trust to uphold law and order. I want to thank you for your time today. I'm available. My organization is available for legislative pursuits. We look forward to filing amicus briefs to support the good state of Minnesota in your quest. I can't stress that enough, and I'm praying for all of us, and action is prayer. So God be with us. Thank you.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Iron Eyes, for being here. You mentioned that you've been here for a month, and is it my understanding, is it correct that you've been here for a month trying to locate the 3 men of the Oglala Sioux tribe who are being held by ICE or DHS, who are indigenous men? They're members of a tribe. Are you still searching for them?
Yes.
Mr. Iron Eyes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Senator. I received a phone call from elected officials of the Oglala Sioux tribe, and they were in town, and so they wanted to go to the detention center, to the Whipple Detention Center, to inquire as to the whereabouts of their tribal citizens. And we were not able to gain any clarity because these are people who are on the street. These are houseless relatives. Their names are unknown, and so at this time, we don't know where our people are. There are several other Native American people who've been profiled, clients of mine who've been profiled, who were mistaken and be told that they look like the Ecuadorian that they were hunting. You have people who work for the city who are Native American who are being profiled because really there's no way to tell the difference between the indigenous people of the Western Hemisphere. Right. These are our cousins that are declared illegal and alien. They look just like us. So we are still looking for our people at this time.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need everybody here, watching, live or later, to hear what Mr. Iron Eyes is saying. There are members of Native American tribes, the people who were here, who have always been here, who are still here, that are being held by this government. What authority does ICE have over Native Americans, over U.S. citizens? None. This is outrageous. And Mr. Iron Eyes, I want to thank you for coming here and continuing to work with elected officials and the tribes here to locate these members of your tribe. It is abhorrent that we are hearing this today. I just need everybody to know that. The history of indigenous people in this country is long and beautiful, and they are resilient. And this is not new for them. But we should all mark this moment that we are hearing from a lawyer and a leader who is telling us the United States government DHS, ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement continues to hold Native Americans. Unconscionable. Thank you, Mr. Ironized.
Ms. Zhang, would you please introduce yourself for the record and present your testimony?
Good afternoon. My name is Tao Mei Shang. I'm the Executive Network Director for the Coalition of Asian American Leaders that's based here in Minnesota. We're a statewide organization that has over 5,800 network leaders throughout the state and a total of 10,000 in our network. Thank you for inviting me here today to share the experiences of our Asian American community. But before I start my testimony, I wanted to thank the Native tribal government for your support and for being out there protecting refugees and immigrants. I know you don't have to do it, but your willingness to do it and to fight for our freedom and our democracy is, I cannot thank you enough, so thank you. First, I want to say that I am not here alone. I'm here with dozens of other Asian American organizations, and I just want to acknowledge them. My CAL team, Transforming Generations, ADA, SEWA, CAPI, HAP, KOM, CFEN, which is a national organization. And I want to also acknowledge the former commissioner of the White House Initiative, Kai-Ying Yang, who's been working tirelessly her entire career to support and defend refugees, especially Southeast Asians. There are an estimated 6% of Asian Americans here in the state of Minnesota. And just to give you a number, it's 332,000 Asian Americans here in Minnesota. Hmong Americans make the largest population of Asian Americans, followed by Chinese Americans and Asian Indians. But 60% of that 332,000 are Southeast Asian, who came here after the secret war in Laos and the Vietnam War. I am Hmong American. I came here as a political refugee. I was born in Laos, then lived in a refugee camp for 3 years, and then resettled in Wisconsin. I've been a lifelong Midwesterner, and now I call Minnesota home. My dad is a janitor. He had 2 jobs to raise 11 kids. My mom is a factory worker who also had 2 jobs. My dad is also a veteran of the Vietnam War. He was a child soldier. He told me that he was carrying a gun that dragged on the floor because he was so small. He suffered bullet wounds, and because he was part of the military, we were the second wave to come to the United States, making us only the 3rd family to resettle in our small town in Wisconsin. My parents always knew we would never be American. They always told us, you don't have blue eyes, you don't have blonde hair, but you will be successful here. And so they put us through college. And I don't often talk about this, but I'm sharing this because my parents are very proud of it. I have 3 degrees. I went to Mount Holyoke, Columbia University, and University of Pennsylvania Law School. Very few people can say they have 3 degrees. Very few people can say they've gone to 2 Ivy League schools. But this is the resiliency and determination of my immigrant parents who came here as refugees, who are now in hiding in their home in Cottage Grove, who say that ICE officials actually reside in the next development next to their house. So my father, who is a child soldier, who fought for freedom and democracy before he even understood what democracy meant, and votes every year, is now afraid in the country he fought for. So I share my successes with you because instead of recognizing the contributions of our refugee and immigrant communities in Minnesota particularly, but in this country overall, is very shameful. Instead, we're painted with a broad brush that we are violent criminals. All my colleagues who are here today on behalf of the Asian American community can tell you the percentage of violent criminals are few and far in between. But do we have some like any other community? Of course. We're human. So I want to share this human story and give you a human face so that you no longer drag our people like animals into detention centers. And in particular, I want to say, when will we be enough to be Americans? Is it enough when I have 3 degrees? Is it enough when my parents raise a surgeon, a CEO, a CFO, professors? When will it be enough? For our brothers and sisters who are being detained. Earlier, Linus Chen said that people with removal orders, and many of the people we work with have removal orders. That means they can stay here legally until the federal government removes them to a country that will accept them. The majority of people we've been working with are Hmong, Lao, Cambodian, and Vietnamese, and many are working with the Karen and Karenni community. They came here as refugees fleeing their country because of political persecution. Now they're trying to be forced back into these countries that persecuted them because they aligned with the US government. Many immigrant and refugee communities, not just the Southeast Asian or Asian American community, are here as a result of the geopolitical wars that were created by the US government to maintain their US world power positions. So many are not here willingly. They fled here for safety, and now they live in chaos. I want to share a few examples of the individuals who have removal orders. People call them illegal. They did not come here illegally. They came here with status. They remain here in status, but they can be removed at any moment. They check in every 6 months with an ICE officer or every year. During their check-ins, they report if they've done drugs, committed any offenses, so on and so forth. Many have said they go into a check-in and they're able to leave, and then the very next day or a few days later, they're dragged out of their workplaces, or ICE officers force themselves into their homes and humiliate them in front of their children who are crying in the background, in front of their coworkers, their bosses. So now they've lost their job and they're seen as a violent criminal when they've already done their time. Many have been out for 10 to 15 years. Many engaged in these crimes when they were teenagers, living in the worst neighborhoods in Minnesota and throughout the country, in violent situations where they were trying to survive. And so these violent criminals, today, they're fathers, brothers, breadwinners. So the majority of people we work with are actually men. They're heads of households. So imagine taking the head of a household from your family, and now you've lost a means of being able to survive. I want to say also that this deportation and criminalization of the Southeast Asian community started even when we first came to the US in 1975. We came here as a result of the Vietnam War, and the US was extremely chaotic. And my parents have faced racial discrimination since they landed in this country. In 2017, we saw a surge of Southeast Asians being detained and deported. And we were already organizing then. But the scale in which we're seeing the violence today is unprecedented. And I stand before you extremely nervous because I am so afraid for my kids who are 16 and 14, who go to school, a very white school, I must say, and they're worried their teachers and their peers will not know how to protect them if ICE comes. And they are born in Minnesota and are US citizens. My parents, who are both citizens, are afraid and live in hiding. And so the violence against Asian Americans and other immigrant and refugee communities are not isolated to just this time. It's just been so blatant, so violent, so vicious, that when you remove the immigrants and refugees from this state cannot function. Do you guys hear that? If you remove all the refugees and immigrants from this state will not be able to function. We create billions in tax dollars to make sure that Minnesotans can live a comfortable, luxurious life with peace and without violence. And so I want to say that the organizations that I named, we are all organizing together, and we provide emergency legal triage support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I've been in communication with individuals who've been in detention, both in Texas and here. And I want to say that the individuals who were in Texas, there are 6 tents. There's over 1,000 people in each tent. There's nowhere to sleep. They can't call their attorney or their family members because there are not enough phones and the lines are too long. They know people who died in the tents, and the individuals who have been released, ICE has told them, you have to find your own way back to Minnesota. And so now their families are scrambling to get the resources to bring them back home. For the individuals in detention here in Minnesota, they say the conditions are much better. But every day they see a new load of immigrants and refugees coming into the detention center and then being removed within 48 hours to a place that has more room because the detention centers here are so full. One individual in the detention center said he just wants to come back to work. He works for a union here in Minnesota. He's a construction worker and he has 4 kids. He was taken before Christmas, could not spend time with his family, and now his mortgage payments are delayed and he doesn't know how his family's gonna stay in his house. So I just wanna say I urge you to act. You have power. Holding this hearing was a very powerful act, and I thank you for that. We urge our congressional members to act. They have power. They're 1/3 of branch of government that can hold the president, ICE, DHS accountable. And so my last request is do not treat us as animals. I am a human. My brothers and sisters are humans. Immigrants and refugees are humans. And so if you must detain someone, at least remember they are not an animal and treat them with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zhang. I find myself these days going back and forth between heartbreak and rage. And I felt both when you said, Ms. Zhang, when will we be Americans? Because the two of you sitting here and talking about your communities and the way that you are supporting our cities and our residents and your own people, but also all of the people around them, is the most American thing that I can think of. This country has a strong history of both brutality and also incredible strength and resilience. And the lessons that we have been able to employ across the state of Minnesota in the last weeks have been guided by the knowledge of the 11 tribal nations that we have here, the Black Americans who learned through the civil rights movement, the Southeast Asian immigrants who fled dictatorships, and our Latino brothers and sisters who fled gang violence and drugs in their communities, and our Somali and Eritrean refugees here who fled war. This is a country of immigrants, all of us, except for the native tribes who have been here, and they are leading in this moment and protecting those of us who came even through the brutality that this country has shifted onto their people. I want to thank you deeply for coming today and for the work that you're doing. And the last 6 weeks, I have never been more proud of Minnesota and the way that we have come together, all of us. And I just am really grateful for you being here, but also think, like, as we move through this session, we need your partnership to build the strongest protections, to understand how we can partner together to make our communities safe. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your, thank your father for his service. I remember I was talking to one of my colleagues and I said, so if I see a Hmong person, it's very, very likely I'm looking at either a veteran or the descendants of a veteran, and that rings true for me right now. Can I just ask you to reread the part that you had about the tents? Just
Yes.
read that again, please.
Ms. Jean.
So there are 6 tents in Texas, and there are over 1,000 people in each tent.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to read a definition to you. A concentration camp is a facility where large numbers of people, often political prisoners or members of targeted groups, including ethnic minorities, are kept in harsh conditions, typically without legal proceedings. Does that definition define what people are experiencing in those tents?
Ms. Jean.
Madam Chair, yes.
Thank you both for your testimony. Oh, Senator Dibble.
Madam Chair, I just wanted Madam Chair, I just am feeling a deep sense of gratitude and a great deal of emotion. I'm devastated by the concluding comments of Ms. Zhang, in which she said, "Do not treat us as animals." And Minnesotans, I hope you're hearing this. Someone is sitting at the table of a Senate committee hearing, pleading with us to see her and her family and her community as human. This is what's happening in our state today. At the hands of our own federal government in the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I would like to call up Laura Jadid, as well as Mayors Nadia Mohammed and Mary Supple. Ms. Jadid, if you would begin by introducing yourself for the record and presenting your testimony.
Yes, thank you. My name is Laura Jadid. I'm a freelance journalist, and it is my honor to be here today. I would like to apologize for being late. On my way here, I ran into an ICE raid and stopped to see what was going to happen. There were many Minnesotans who came out of their houses, some of them in sweatpants and Crocs, to make a lot of noise and alert their neighbors that there was danger, and after about 20 minutes, the agents left. During this time, they were in a SUV with tinted windows. We could not see who they are, and that ties in to what I'd like to say today.
Ms. Jadid, could you just pull the microphone?
Oh, yes, I apologize. Is that better?
Thank you. That's great.
Okay, thank you. Yes. But this ties into what I'd like to talk about today, which is that we do not know who these people are. They hide their faces, and any attempt to figure out who they are is labeled as doxing. But it's not just that we don't know who they are. It seems that ICE themselves may not know who they are. I'm here today because I wrote an article in which I applied to ICE. This was supposed to be an article about a hiring expo in Arlington, Texas back in August, and I was going to report this by submitting a resume, and I assumed I would get through the first round. I'm a veteran. I served 2 tours in Afghanistan, and on paper, I look pretty good. However, if you look up my name at all, you will quickly learn that I have been very critical of the Trump administration generally, and ICE specifically. I'd also like to note, this is relevant later, that I am the daughter of an immigrant from Syria, and when I was in the military, my security clearance was delayed by several months because they needed to check to make sure that I didn't have ties to a foreign government. So I assumed that I would get through the first round. They would find out one of these 2 things, and then it would be the end. So I went in, there was a 6-minute interview in which I was asked very basic questions like my name, my date of birth, how long I had served in the military, and my duty station preference. That was it. On the conclusion of that, they took my resume and said that I would be hearing from them probably in a couple days. They were prioritizing people with law enforcement experience, and I would get processed later. I went home not expecting to hear back, and so when they did ultimately send a tentative offer for a job, about a week later, I missed it. It sank to the bottom of my inbox. If I had seen it at the time, what I would have seen was that I had 48 hours to accept this job offer, that I needed to fill out a great deal of paperwork, and that if I did not do this, my journey through this hiring process would be over. And I did none of these things. I did not fill out the affidavit that stated I had never committed a domestic violence felony. I did not fill out my background check paperwork or my physical paperwork. I did not accept the offer. And yet, 3 weeks later, I received an email that said in order to continue my hiring process, I needed to submit to a drug test. This was news to me. It was also unfortunate timing. I live in New York City where cannabis is legal, and I had partaken 6 days before this test was due. However, I decided to take it anyway. Why not waste some of their money and see what happens? So I went ahead and did it. And at this point, I was expecting to hear back, because when you fail a drug test, you are usually notified. So I was waiting for that phone call. And 9 days later, when I didn't receive it, I decided to log into the ICE hiring portal through usajobs.com to see how my application was doing. And what I discovered was that according to this portal, I had received a final offer, I had accepted the final offer, and I had an entry on duty date of September 30th, 2025. I was checking this on October 3rd, 2025. Most disturbingly of all to me is that under the section that listed the various steps that I had completed, my background check was listed as completed as of October 6th, 3 days in the future. Again, because of my ties to Syria, one would expect that they would have some questions, that it would not be completed without paperwork being filled out or anything like that. Now, it is, in a sick way, a bit funny that ICE hired a journalist who disagrees with them and is very vocal about it on the internet and in various articles published for the New Republic, The Nation, and outlets like that. What's not funny, and what is in fact extremely disturbing, is that there is apparently no accountability from the start of this process to the end. Unless I was the only person to experience this glitch, which I find very unlikely, ICE does not know who is on these streets. We do not know if there are people with domestic violence felonies carrying guns in our community. Recently, another ICE agent was found to be guilty of possessing CSAM materials. And these people, unvetted, are in charge of detention centers where people will be neither believed nor missed. I would expect the Department of Homeland Security to take this very, very seriously. This should not be a partisan issue. If an agency of the government is not vetting its agents, I would expect that to be an issue, even if your only concern is the safety of ICE agents, making sure that the people to their left and right are, in fact, safe people to be there. Instead, the Department of Homeland Security responded through their official channel, X, and stated that this was a lazy lie, that I had been extended a tentative offer, and that none of what I was saying was true. I posted a screen capture of the ICE portal and asked if they would like to explain, which they still have not done. It is highly unusual, in my opinion, in my experience, based on everything I know, for a department to dismiss this sort of thing out of hand as a lie without investigating it. And I think that speaks to a very deep problem here. The Department of Homeland Security does not seem to care about the safety of anybody involved in this process, not fellow ICE agents, and certainly not the people of the cities that these agents are terrorizing. This is not an issue of a few bad apples or leadership. This is a deep systemic dysfunction in an agency that is being used in a way that is reminiscent of the Gestapo. And it is my hope that my experience can shed some light on the cavalier disregard this organization has for human life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deed. I will say I'm an avid Slate reader. I read your story minutes after it came out and was horrified. There's been additional reporting that's come out since then that there are at least 30 individuals that are employed by ICE or Customs and Border Patrol there's 30 of them, that have crimes including sex trafficking of children, aggravated assault, robbery, rape, torture, kidnapping, sexual abuse of a minor, and possession and production of, you say CSAM, I'm just going to say it out loud, child sexual abuse material, with a majority of those crimes happening in the last 2 years. So I really want folks to hear what Ms. Jadid is saying, because it's not just one slip up. We are seeing a culture of horrors, and then we're seeing that play out on our streets. So I thank you so much for your reporting and for going through the process to even bring this to light. Just making sure there's no other member questions before I go on. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, Senator Rasmussen. Senator Rasmussen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just because we had a member of the committee reference concentration camps, and we also had a testifier here talk about the Gestapo, I just wanted to read a small excerpt from the Holocaust Museum here in the United States. And this is just a short excerpt. They had responded to Governor Walz invoking the memory of Anne Frank as he described the situations here in Minnesota. I won't read their entire statement, but it's available for folks to take a look at. But the National Holocaust Museum said, despite tensions in Minneapolis, exploiting the Holocaust is deeply offensive, especially as anti-Semitism surges. And I would just ask that we keep that in mind as we're discussing this today as members of the committee and as individuals are offering testimony.
Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. I'll just remind you that concentration camps existed long before the Holocaust and continue to exist today. So that's not a reference to the Holocaust. Mayor, Ms. Jadid, did you have something to say as well?
I would like to respond, yes. I think that historical parallels are relevant here. I don't think that comparing what ICE is doing on our street to the Gestapo is in any way disrespecting the Holocaust. That's not a reference to the Holocaust. That is a reference to a secret police force. And you can substitute for the Gestapo any number of secret police forces that have existed. The idea that only the Nazis have perpetrated these crimes and that we are somehow above them, that we are somehow incapable of them by virtue of being Americans, is very dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jadid. Mayor Mohammed, one of my favorite follows on TikTok. Please give your testimony.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Nadia Mohammed, and I have the honor of serving as the mayor for the city of St. Louis Park. Today, though, I'm not solely here on behalf of my city. I'm here representing a metro-wide, statewide coalition of cities that have come together to respond to the shared consequences of recent federal actions affecting our communities. We know these impacts do not stop at city borders. These recent events, including the Operation Metro Surge, have required cities across Minnesota to respond to unprecedented federal activity within our region. First, what we're not seeing is not abstract. Civic norms are breaking down, trust in public institution is eroding, community cohesion is fraying, and fear and uncertainty are pushing people to stay home. Operation Metro Surge is the most visible pressure point, but it is not the only one. Cities are also dealing with federal funding pauses, including SNAP interruptions. Tariff uncertainty is affecting regional employers, and families are facing growing pressures on their economic stability. Taken together, these impacts are creating instability. Cities are carrying the consequences without coordination, clarity, or authority needed to restore stability. Second, and let me be very clear on this, it was never just a Minneapolis issue. Operation Metro Surge has played out across Minnesota. Local leaders and first responders are left to manage the fallout from decisions that they did not make and authority they do not hold, while still being expected to restore calm and maintain public safety. Operation Metro Surge continues to undermine the public safety. Local public safety works when it's rational, when residents call for help, report crimes, cooperate with law enforcement because they believe in doing so will keep their families and neighbors safer. Federal actions in our region have damaged this relationship. Residents are afraid to call 911, crimes go unreported, victims do not come forward. When this trust breaks down, everyone, and I mean everyone, is less safer, regardless of immigration status. Finally, but definitely not the least, local control matters. Police chiefs and city leaders are responsible for public safety in their communities, and they must know who is operating within them. Federal agencies must cooperate with local leadership and respect local authority, not bypass it. I will conclude with this because our goal is very clear. Our goal is not confrontation. Our goal is the restoration of constitutional protections, civic norms, and normalcy. I thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for all the work that you do. I offer this both as mayor, as an immigrant, and as a proud Somali Minnesotan here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mohammed. Mayor Supple?
Thank you, Chair Port and members of the committee. My name is Mary Supple, and I'm the proud mayor of Richfield, and I'm also here as part of the Coalition of Cities. Local leaders and first responders were left to manage the fallout of decisions they did not make and authority they do not hold. Cities have faced fear, confusion, and disruption and were expected to restore calm without the tools or resources to do so. The impacts were immediate and personal. Families, especially children, pulled back from schools and services, and children are still afraid to go to school. A public charter school in our community moved to online learning. The Richfield Public Schools has 800 of their 4,000 students online and is serving 560 fewer lunches daily. Pregnant women are missing prenatal visits. Others are afraid to go to the doctor when they're injured or ill. Schools and child care providers are strained by fear and instability. Local businesses are losing workers and customers, often overnight. City leaders and emergency responders are forced into crisis response. Building on the social damage already described, cities across Minnesota are now reporting widespread, ongoing harm to their local economies. Minnesota's reputation as a stable, business-friendly state has taken real damage and is in need of repair and restoration. Local impacts are significant and immediate. Main Street businesses' declines are worse than those experienced during the pandemic. Many businesses are reporting losses of 50 to 100%, far exceeding the COVID-era impacts. Major events have been canceled and tourism has been effectively halted in affected areas. In one small 3-block area of our city, we already have 2 businesses closed, another has restricted hours, and many more keep their doors locked with attendants monitoring entry. Businesses are shutting down. That means workers do not have the income to pay for rent or to buy food. These are closed storefronts, lost jobs, and families falling behind. Stabilization is urgent. Economic recovery depends on restoring trust, safety, coordination, and respect for the rule of law across all levels of government. Residents should be able to go to work, attend school, and interact with local government without fear. Cities cannot absorb this alone. I am proud of the massive local effort to make sure families have food and are not evicted. We are asking the legislature to step up in 3 ways. First, disaster-level stabilization support is needed. The financial fallout mirrors a natural disaster. Cities are facing simultaneous crises in housing stability, hunger, workforce participation, and public safety. Second, we need a reset in intergovernmental relationships. We are not here to assign blame, but continued misalignment between federal actions and local governments is untenable. Our residents deserve alignment, not chaos. Third, direct support must flow to cities. Resources need to reach municipalities that are now absorbing extraordinary economic, social, and public safety costs caused by this surge. The goal is simple. We need to restore stability. We need to restore trust. We need to restore normalcy. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much, all of you, for your testimony. Senator Rasmussen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for our two mayors here today. There's been a lot of conversation around cooperation between federal, state, and local authorities, especially with Mr. Homan coming to Minnesota to have some of those conversations with Governor Walz and other local elected officials. We also had just earlier today, former Congressman Dean Phillips talked about how it's common sense to deport undocumented criminals, and I encourage Governor Walz, Mayor Frey, and all state and local officials throughout the country to cooperate with the federal government to that end. And so my question, Madam Chair, for the two mayors is, do you believe that cities and counties and the state here in Minnesota should cooperate with federal authorities on deporting undocumented criminals?
Mayor Mohammed?
Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you for the question, Senator. This continues to be a question across our cities and across the state. There is immigration enforcement is primarily a federal, it falls within the federal government. That being said, to keep our residents safe, that is within our purview and local government's responsibility. Those two can coexist, but under trust. And we have to be able to trust the federal government not to keep our residents safe, and we have to be able to protect our residents from government overreach. And so as we are having these conversations, it is important that we go back to the baseline and the expectation that Constitution will be respected and that the rule of law is going to be what we're following. And that's not what we're seeing in the streets. And so as I say, local authority and the ability for cities to make the decisions for themselves and keep their residents safe is important. And that only works when the federal government respects that authority and does not bypass it. I hope that answers the question. I think there is that continues to be the solution we're trying to find here.
Ms. Supple? Mayor Supple?
Chair Port, Senator, thank you for that question. As my colleague Mayor Mohammed has eloquently explained, there is a separation of what we do. We don't have the resources and we don't have the jurisdiction to enforce federal immigration law. We are about keeping the peace, and we enforce local and state laws. And we follow all those laws, and we believe in the rule of law. We believe in constitutional rights being followed, and we think that we need to follow due process. And so we are staying in our lane, and we are respectfully asking that the federal government follows due process and constitutional rights as well. Thank you.
Senator Rasmussen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to both the mayors for that response. I guess I'll be a little more specific in my question this time, which is I believe both of your cities reside in Hennepin County. And it's my understanding that Hennepin County is not honoring federal immigration ICE detainers for individuals who have been arrested, could be arrested by police departments that are run by your cities, are in a jail in Hennepin County, and immigration authorities have requested to be able to come and gain custody of those individuals because they're believed to be in the country illegally. Do you think that Hennepin County, as the jail for the communities that you represent and that work with your local police departments, should they honor detainers from federal authorities when there's a criminal illegal immigrant who's in their custody?
Mayor Supple?
Madam Chair and Senator Rasmussen, it is my understanding that Hennepin County is following state law and is doing the things that they lawfully need to do. I am not going to speak on their behalf, but I do believe that they are following the state laws of the state of Minnesota and have been doing so. And so some of the allegations that have been made about their actions are not true. So I think you should talk with Hennepin County because I do believe they are following the law.
Mayor Mohammed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would reiterate what the mayor has said around, I am the mayor for the city of St. Louis Park. I do not speak for Hennepin County and the decisions that they do make. That being said, I do know that they're following state law.
Senator Rasmussen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question wasn't, are they following state law or not? It was just asking, should they be honoring immigration detainers? And I think it's disappointing that we weren't able to get an answer from either of the mayors to that question. If they want to answer that question specifically, I'd welcome them having the opportunity to do that, to say, yes, Hennepin County should honor federal immigration detainers, or no, they shouldn't, and make the case. But obviously, the mayors before us are concerned with public safety in their community. They have thoughts on immigration enforcement, and this seems to be a major point of contention between federal authorities and local authorities. Mr. Holman earlier today said that the Department of Corrections is cooperating and honoring these detainers, and just want to see where the mayors stand when it comes to Hennepin County being the largest county jail in the state of Minnesota.
Mayor Mohammed.
Senator, thank you. Madam Chair, Senator, I believe your question has been asked and answered. There's nothing more that I can add to other than that they're following state law, and that we will continue to live the values and move forward with the values of our residents, whether it's in St. Louis Park or across Hennepin County. And I think the problem where we're talking about public safety goes to what we're seeing in our streets is not safe for the public and is not safe for our residents. And the conversation around ICE and in the federal agency has always existed since in the early 2000s. And we want to go back to restoring that constitutional, the constitutional laws that were in place and continue to be in place.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Federal law enforcement is not the job of local city governments. And I would also argue that ICE agents have also nothing to do with actual law enforcement. So we keep hearing repeatedly this, asking both sides to work together in good faith and come up with solutions. So to ask for unity at a time when one side is actively the aggressor, actively committing violence against peaceful protesters, actively committing violence against Black and brown people inside their homes, actively committing violence against children in school. This has never been about violent criminals. This has never been about a both sides issue. This is about racism. This is about a racist government who is hunting Black and brown people regardless of immigration status and regardless of criminal history. We have seen the videos, so do not sit there and tell me what I know to be true is not true. Peaceful protesters sitting on the side of the road while ICE agents drive by and throw tear gas canisters at them. ICE agents going way out of their way to find legal and lawful constitutional observers so they can push them to the ground violently and knock their phones out of their hands. Children being taken away without their parents, without their jackets in the middle of winter, ICE agents dragging pregnant women across the street on the ground. American citizens being executed on the streets. So you can deny the reality of what is happening all you want, but we have seen the videos and we have heard the people today especially. So I very respectfully ask that the people stop playing the both sides card, because when you do that without pointing to where the violence is coming from, you are squarely on the side of the oppressor today, and that is a bad, bad look.
From the audience. Senator Mann, please continue. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a question was posed that has the effect of turning our attention to what I think has been well established, that leaders of the state agree, and that is dangerous and violent criminals should not be in the state of Minnesota and should be removed. So I'll ask this question. Anyone on this panel can answer the question if they so desire. Should ICE and Border Patrol be allowed to arrest, detain, and violate the basic civil and human and constitutional rights of citizens and residents of this state and of this country who have no criminal background, no criminal history, or who have resolved their criminal issues in many years past in the way that we would accept as normal due process and practice. Should ICE and Border Patrol be able to act outside of the law in violating the basic human, civil, constitutionally guaranteed rights of law-abiding citizens and residents, deny them due process, access to counsel, deprivation of their freedoms? That's the question in front of this committee. The question that was asked earlier has been asked and answered. No one believes that dangerous people should be in this state. And in fact, our Department of Corrections and our county jails are cooperating fully when ICE requests these things. That's been established. So let's not get distracted to the point that Senator Mann made. What we're seeing here today is a federal agency that is acting outside the bounds of the law and the Constitution of our state and our country. Should that be allowed, tolerated, permitted? Should we stand with ICE? That's the question. Should we stand with ICE? Because I know that the president today is urging all of us to stand with ICE. Should we stand with ICE's lawlessness? That's the question. I would love for it to be answered.
Senator Make-Wade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the mayors in particular for having to endure being asked the same question over and over and over again, even though you gave very clear, articulate answers. But I might try to help my colleagues on this panel understand how the law works. I'm not a lawyer. I could play one on TV, but I'm not a lawyer. States have laws. The federal government has laws. Cities have laws. In the city of Apple Valley, you can't park on the street between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. I don't know why. You just can't. And you get a ticket on your car if you do it. If I went to Burnsville and committed a more serious crime, well, an actual crime, because parking on the street in Apple Valley between 3 and 6 a.m. is a civil violation. The city of Apple Valley, the city of Burnsville would not be able to hold me in jail for the civil offense of leaving my car on the street between 3 and 6 a.m. So similarly, if somebody in the state of Minnesota commits a crime that is a state crime, they go into state custody. When that term is finished, they cannot be held by the state because they have completed the sentence for the crime they committed in the state. If ICE would like to take a person because they committed a civil violation of entering this country unlawfully, they must come get that person. That is the state law. That is what counties follow. That is what the state follows. This is what Mayors Mohammed and Supple are saying. That has been the law. That is the cooperation, period, end of sentence. But counties and cities and the state cannot hold people in jail for crimes that they didn't commit under our law. That is what is happening. That is the cooperation that exists. What we're being asked for is to violate Fourth Amendment rights and hold people in jails past their sentence. That we cannot do. It is unconstitutional, and we don't do it.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just, you don't have to take my words for it. You don't have to take federal immigration authorities' word for it. You can look at a MinPost article that was published yesterday that cites a database that's been tracking compliance with federal immigration authority detainer requests. And they call out specifically, and I'm quoting from the article, Hennepin and Ramsey counties complied with less than 10% of the federal immigration requests. So to hear from members of this committee that Hennepin County, the largest county jail in our system, is complying with these requests is just not true. When you have fewer than 10% of those detainers honored by a local county jail, well, that same data set, according to their tracking, shows that the Department of Corrections has honored all of those detainer requests that they have tracked. And so I think it's important when we talk about this cooperation, we talk about what's actually happening in Minnesota, that we understand that reality, that we have one of the largest jails in the state not cooperating with federal immigration authority, not honoring those detainers.
Senator Make-Wade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, let's just talk a little bit about what DHS has said. they said in Cottonwood County, they refused to honor our detainer. The Cottonwood County Sheriff said they put in a detainer request and a jail employee spoke to an ICE agent that they are routinely in contact with. They said, we're otherwise too busy in the metro area and cannot respond at this time. We'll pick him up later. So Cottonwood County released him into the community, and then they're getting blamed for it on Twitter. I would wonder how many of those detainer requests that haven't been honored are actually true. DHS has been proven liars. So I'll believe the Cottonwood County Sheriff over DHS.
Senator Marty, I'm going to let you speak quickly as we move to the next group of testifiers. If I can have Ruth Buffalo, Nikki Love, and Anna Jambowski come up to the table. And Garish, if you can prepare to give your testimony on Zoom. Senator Marty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. And I guess when we're talking about people saying this is sort of both sides do this, both sides, we got to balance this and so on. One of the opening statements by one of my colleagues said, people do not have the right to obstruct the law enforcement as they enforce the law. And 3 quick points. First of all, ICE is not a law enforcement agency, it's an immigration enforcement agency. As Mr. Chan pointed out earlier, they are not even enforcing immigration law, they're interfering when somebody is supposed to go to a hearing lawfully doing it, they're interfering with even the stuff they're supposed to be enforcing. Second of all, even if they are law enforcement people doing their work, whatever they feel their work is, public cooperation should not exist to the full end. We had a terrible incident in Minnesota 6 years ago when Derek Chauvin was killing a person. We have people trying to interfere, but they're scared because they're law enforcement, they're armed. But how far do you cooperate when the law enforcement agency is breaking the law? And that's what gets me about this. We're being told, oh, they're not cooperating, they're not assisting them, they're interfering with them. I think we have an obligation as citizens to help our neighbors when they're being hurt, whether they're being hurt by some alleged law enforcement agency that is supposed to enforce one type of law but is intruding in our neighbors' houses. I guess I have a real problem saying we're doing something wrong here by saying we should resist against illegal and unconstitutional actions.
Thank you, Senator Marty. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Senators.
Garesh, if you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself and begin your testimony as Ruth Buffalo, Nikki Love, and Anis Jamborski come up to the testifier table. And I will just let folks know that we're running over, and so if folks can keep their testimony concise and members can keep questions concise, questions and comments concise, I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Hi all. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my experience. My name is Girish Muralidharan. I'm in the United States for past 11 years and I'm in Minnesota for past 4 years. I am with my wife and 2 kids and I'm a software developer working for a reputed company here. And I also volunteer for Cub Scout 479. I'm a treasurer with it. So on Jan 8th, 2026, I was on my way to drop a check to one of my friends as a part of my treasurer duty. And I had to stop near to the Shakopee Sam's Club gas station. And I was encountered by ICE agents at that time. They told me that I am illegally here and I will be arrested and deported. I tried to explain my situation, my visa details to them, but they were not ready to listen to it. Even luckily, my wife was with me and she was also trying to explain our situation and they were not listening to us. And they arrested me. And on my way, I was also trying to explain what is my visa, and they didn't hear on the way also. They told me that they were asked to arrest the people who the status says is pending. legal status stays pending. So that is the task given to them on that day. And they took me to the Bishop Henry Federal Building. And I didn't know that my wife was arrested or not. I don't aware of anything at that moment. And I was in the cell. And for that night, I asked the agents, officers over there, whether I get a chance to talk to somebody so that I'm aware of that my wife is not arrested, my kids are safe coming home. So I was not given that opportunity at that time, and I was told that you will get a chance when you will meet an officer when you get a turn, because there are people in the cell staying there for more than 2 days. So I was Jan 8th night, I was in the cell for nearly 50 people were with me, and nobody knew what's going to happen next. And the next day morning, luckily I had a chance to meet an officer. I got my turn. On Jan 9th at 9 a.m. I met an officer. And first thing I asked him is that what's going to happen to me? What's the next step you're going to take? They told me blindly that you will be taken to Texas, and from there you will be deported. And I requested them to check my documents at least, because I have been working as a software developer here and I'm legally have documented. I have renewed my work visa every 3 years. I was giving these details to them, and they listened to me, and then they started checking my documents. After taking my fingerprints, they got all the documents on their system right now, and they cross-checked with their attorney, and then they confirmed me that you are safe and you are legally here, and so we are releasing you. So that was a difficult time I went through on Jan 8th and Jan 9th, because I'm not aware of what's gonna happen next, what's gonna happen to my family, because even my family who is outside, they don't know where I am. And these are all the situation, not everybody prepared that what's going to happen, what the steps they need to take. So my wife don't know whom she needs to contact. She was calling all known persons who are my friends, my attorney, my boss. Everybody were in touch with my wife, trying to track where I am. First of all, they don't know where I am and what would be the next step, because nobody aware of is there any system where they know what is the case number kind of thing. Then we call one of our ICE customer service center something, and they told us to check on some website. If I am detained or a case been filed, then my name would be there in that site. So we will keep on refreshing that site, making sure my name is there in that one. So until I call my wife the next day at 9 o'clock in the morning, she was not aware what happened to me. And after the ICE officer told me that I'm legally here, I'm getting released, my complete family was relieved. Like they felt, okay, this is a difficult time they gone through. So nowadays we are carrying our documents, legal documents with me. Even my kids, when they go to school, they have a document in their bag. So we have heard that there are cases where people been arrested twice. So if this situation comes again, we have at least something in our hand to show that we are legally here. So this is one of the difficult time we went through. So that's what I wanted to share it here.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Buffalo?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Ruth Buffalo, the President and CEO of the Minnesota Indian Women's Resource Center, a direct service provider serving Native women and families, many of whom are citizens and enrolled members of federally recognized tribes. When people talk about the Department of Homeland Security's immigration and customs enforcement, the conversation is usually political or legal. Well, I'm here to share that this is also an economic stability and public safety issue for Minnesota. And I want to be very clear, it does not matter if you have a tribal ID or tribal enrollment papers. It is being disregarded and not honored. our community is witnessing citizens and tribal members being detained and harassed. Because of this, I now tell my husband and children not to leave the house unless they absolutely have to. This is not only a civil rights issue, it is a tribal sovereignty and constitutional governance issue. Tribal nations are sovereign governments recognized by the Constitution, treaties, and Supreme Court precedent, and the federal government has a trust responsibility to protect tribal nations and their citizens. Minnesota's systems depend on recognizing tribal citizenship. When tribal IDs are ignored, that represents a breakdown in lawful government-to-government relationships and the rule of law. At Minnesota Indian Women's Resource Center, we have gone into several shelter-in-place and lockdowns because of the Department of Homeland Security, Immigration and Customs Enforcement activity near our building. We have closed our doors due to safety concerns and nearby use of force by federal agents. During extreme cold, we opened our emergency warming center to protect our most vulnerable who are being targeted. We now operate knowing that we are all targets. Federal agents have frequented the streets outside of our building. Elderly women walking to us for services have been harassed. We have also had individuals enter our warming center posing as unsheltered people or volunteers, warning that ICE was coming to warming centers and that they are here for the ice storm. Because of this well-orchestrated climate of fear, our clients are missing critical services. When we close or lock down, families miss support, housing help, and care. As a result, more families and individuals are hungry, more are at risk of eviction, and the mental health impact, especially on children, is severe. That trauma has long-term economic costs. When workers disappear from jobs, businesses lose trained employees and productivity. The costs don't disappear. They shift to the state and counties through housing instability, child protection, and emergency systems. This is not a moral issue. It is a fiscal responsibility issue. I urge you to pursue policies that protect community stability, workforce continuity, and prevent Minnesota from inheriting the long-term costs of federal disruption. Thank you. Madzigiradz.
Ms. Love?
I'm very short, so I have to, I think, lean forward here. But Minnow Gigajab, everyone. My name is Nikki Love. My Indian name is Wasigijigokwe, Bright Up the Sky Woman. I'm Boys Ford Anishinaabe, and moved from my reservation and my homeland in northern Minnesota to Minneapolis about 8 years ago. Both my parents are also military veterans, and my tribe has the highest rate of service for any federally recognized tribe. I'm also the executive director of Tawahi Foundation and a member of the Metro Urban Indian Directors, or MUD, along with Ruth. And I'm also a partner within Linking Leaders, where Taume, who spoke earlier and testified, is a partner and friend of mine. I was invited here today to bear witness to some of the experiences our community is having with Operation Surge, our urban Native community, which has its heart here in South Minneapolis, but we also have many Native people that also live in the East Metro and all throughout the Metro. And as we gather today, we all recognize that we are on Dakota land. And so as we talk about Operation Surge, it is not lost on us that the detention center and the operations that are coming or already being scaled and centered at Fort Snelling, a dark place in history for all of the US, right, and its atrocities against the Dakota people are beyond like ironic. Just, it's not lost on us. And 90% of those people who are still Dakota people who still live in exile of Minnesota. So this recognition itself carries violence, not just physical violence, but psychological and spiritual violence that moves backward and forward in time. And I want to pause here and say clearly that we are at a historical inflection point. Truth invites us to be intentional about the future that we are creating right now. For Native people, history is not something that just sits in the past. Fed actions have deep impact. They don't arrive neutral, right? For us, they land on top of memory, on top of removal, confinement, surveillance, and broken agreements. When enforcement operations intensify in Native homelands and urban Native centers, which are part of our tribal geographical treaties, our bodies remember, even when nobody names it out loud. And Operation Surge is not being experienced by our community as an abstract policy. It's being experienced in very real ways, some of which Ruth just described. How our people move through our neighborhoods, whether our Native elders feel safe leaving their homes, whether parents send their children to school, whether people show up for medical appointments, cultural gatherings, or basic services. Native organizations across the metro have had to make very real-time decisions to shift programming, alter operations, and prioritize safety, often without clear information and always with the weight of responsibility for our people on us. What I want this body to understand is that our community has not responded with chaos. We've responded with care, with coordination, with restraint, with deep responsibility to one another. The response comes from our values, knowing that safety is not individual, it is shared. And MUD and others are standing in the gap of many functions that are supposed to be done by local, state, and federal government. One example is organizing and providing for community safety, including patrols and resourcing them, similar to what we saw in 2020 during George Floyd. We are fundraising for basic necessities, for food and rent. And harm is not just when we're detained. And yes, Native people have been detained. Fear prevents people from accessing all the things: food, healthcare, education, ceremony, community spaces. That is not a side effect. That is also harm. And while MUD has a collective stance for ICE's complete removal from the state of Minnesota, what MUD is really asking for is beyond a political message and ideology, because even those that agree, right, for a need for illegal customs enforcement in this country, would likely not co-sign how it's being done, including terrorizing U.S. citizens like our First Nations people. And despite what is being told, blatant racial profiling is one of the primary methodologies, because if it was just about capturing violent illegals, I personally wouldn't be here today, because speaking for myself, I understand that they also can be a danger to some of our most vulnerable, especially our relatives in addiction. So I'm not here defending them, but that is not the issue we are really talking about. However, if I was, what I heard today also, and if what today shows any bearing on that, the overwhelming number of agents that are here for just them, well, that would be unjustified, right? With 16.5 agents per violent offender in state custody, if that's true. Others have spoken or will on the direct actions, right, of ICE on our peoples, but our relatives are being taken and detained. And along with my small children and my nephew, I was confronted due to racial profiling right on the American Indian corridor on Franklin Ave. Due to our Native community protectors, it was a non-incident in our case. But I was not there protesting or legally observing, nor were my small children. We were attending an outdoor prayer ceremony and gathering at powwow grounds. So yes, again, the first people of this nation are being detained, and like Ruth said, we're not being protected by tribal IDs or other proof of citizenship in all cases. And again, that's already been proven. But I just want to say, on behalf of Native people, we are here, we are paying attention. And I would just say lastly, even though we are at a historical inflection point, I've also been consistent in personal discussions with our community leaders and local and state public officials that our existence 1 month prior to all of this are still issues of pressing public concern. Our unsheltered crisis, I call it now fentanyl plus crisis, and our MMIR epidemic is years and decades long. And just in my time here in the cities, right, I try to bring this up in every space. And often nothing is done about it. Or if it is, it's just on the margins. And these are the issues that right now are being exacerbated. Over the last 3 weeks, systems can't keep track of our most vulnerable, including our unsheltered relatives, who, by the way, have been the majority of the Native detainees so far, right? Because they're open and on the street. So practices to protect the whereabouts, again, of our most vulnerable Native people are either now not happening or not happening in any way that is effective. And I've heard from people on the street that more and more of our American Indian women are missing and unaccounted for. So before this, we've had long been in a humanitarian crisis, especially in South Minneapolis. But it didn't catch headlines in a way that mobilized any major real interventions. And solutions and partnerships, like I mentioned, really only exist on the margins of other work. So it's only when issues come closer to other people in Minnesota and the nation do people pay attention. That's why many call us an asterisk nation. But we matter. And we are the original peoples of these lands, and we matter before and after Operation Surge. So Chimagwech, Bizindawiyag, thank you for listening and the opportunity to speak here.
Thank you very much. Ms. Stamborski.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Anna Stamborski. I live in the Lindale neighborhood. I, like others here today, am personally living through the devastation of ice. I have patrolled outside in 10-degree weather. I have watched neighbors get abducted. I have seen car windows bashed in. I have given meals and pastoral care to a neighbor in hiding whose special needs son was detained 3 weeks ago, sent to Texas, and will likely be deported this week. Neighbors reach out to me daily, desperate for help with rides, groceries, and rent. To prepare to help neighbors during anticipated night raids, I have laid out my clothes and my whistle and left my phone on. I have tried to fall asleep as helicopters circle above my apartment. My dreams are filled with organizing rent requests and grocery drop-offs. The needs and the work are nonstop. And every person I know is asking, what can be done and what can I specifically do? For me, some of the answer to that question is in mutual aid organizing and providing direct support to neighbors. Because of my work as an organizer with Crossroads and the connections that I have to the faith communities here in the Twin Cities, I was at the table in early December when a Latine-led organizing entity asked a simple question. You're people of faith. Can you help with grocery runs and rides for a couple of our members? Myself and another faith-based organizer said yes. Yes, of course, we want to help, we are called to help, and there is no option but to help. At first, the request came in slowly, a handful every couple of days from people we knew directly or through a friend or neighbor. We pulled in some helpers that we knew and trusted to deliver groceries or give rides. We started a request form so that we could better organize requests, and we even created a document for people to sign up to help. Again, all still 1 or 2 degrees of separation. We recognized the addresses where people needed help, and we recognized the names of people giving the help. But it kept growing. 1, 2, or 3 requests a day became 5, 10, 20. Someone's friend's aunt wanted to help. Someone's neighbor's son's employer shared the form with people who might need rides. What started as a few people with phone numbers and personal networks has grown into an accidental mutual aid effort, which we're calling Neighbors Helping Neighbors. Because that's what we are. We are people, normal people who want to help other normal people. We're all neighbors. We are now averaging 75 requests a day, not just from Minneapolis, but also St. Paul, Richfield, Bloomington, and as far as Chaska, Burnsville, even St. Cloud and Northfield. In an unbelievable show of support, we've had 2,000 people sign up to help. To be frank, right now, mutual aid is the thing keeping people in jobs, feeding families, and getting landlords paid. We get dozens of requests a week for ride support. Our highest demand requests are often very early in the morning or very late at night, sometimes crossing multiple zip codes. If people can't get to jobs, it's not just the family that isn't earning the wage. It's also the office buildings not getting cleaned, food not prepared, buildings not constructed, grocery store shelves not stocked, daycares not staffed. That's legitimate economic impact, not just on the family not earning a wage, but on the business that is trying to stay open. We also see the economic impact in rent requests. In a 6-day period, we received over 185 rent requests from across the metro. In conversation after conversation with families, we are hearing both their fear and their deep guilt about not working. They are so terrified to leave their homes that it is safer to consider not paying rent because who would take care of their children if they were detained? They also apologize. I wish I could work. I want to work. I'm sorry I can't work right now. I cannot emphasize how many of these people are in deep hiding and deep fear. People are terrified, and yet the reality is rent is still due on the 1st. Even when someone's income disappears overnight. This is not only a Minneapolis issue, it's a metro-wide issue, and it has ripple effects on workforce participation, on our smallest and largest businesses, on our economic corridors, on schools, on healthcare access, and on the overall sense of stability and safety that households and communities need to function. The state's economy and each of our daily lives face imminent and long-term ramifications when large swaths of our neighbors are not safe and are terrified to work. We should actively work to mitigate the damage since we will be suffering from this loss of trust and the impact of this horrific time for years to come. Mutual aid is powerful, but mutual aid cannot be the entire plan. When neighbors are paying other neighbors' rent at scale, it's a sign that the system is failing because rent doesn't pause, corporate profits don't pause, and the economic engine of our state doesn't pause. We need Minnesota to treat this like what it is, an economic stability issue with direct household-level impacts. So what do we need from state leaders? Most urgently, we need immediate household stabilization tools that keep people housed when they experience sudden interruptions in work and income. Whether that's emergency rental assistance, temporary protections against eviction, flexible hardship policies, or an eviction moratorium, the goal is simple: prevent a short-term crisis from becoming long-term homelessness. Second, we need support from the community-based infrastructure that is already doing the work. Grassroots and faith communities are filling the gaps, coordinating rides, delivering food, and connecting people to help. Those networks are fast and trusted, but they are not resourced like formal systems. Flexible funding that can move quickly and doesn't require months of paperwork makes an immediate difference. And finally, I want to offer this. The most important long-term work is rebuilding community in a state that is still deeply segregated racially and economically. Mutual aid became necessary because too many of us didn't actually know our neighbors. We don't have the relationships that make resilience possible. That's not an individual moral failure, it's the fruit of systemic design, and it shows up most clearly during moments of crisis. I'll close with this. I'm deeply moved by how many Minnesotans want to help. Volunteers have ballooned across the metro. People are ready to show up, but we should not confuse volunteerism with a functioning safety net. The question before us is whether we will match neighbors' courage with systems that are worthy of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for your testimony. We are going to move right to our next testifiers. Moria O'Malley, Dr. Bjorn Westgard, and Angela Clare, if you would come up to the testifier table. Ms. O'Malley, if you would begin by introducing yourself for the committee and presenting your testimony.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariah. I live in Minneapolis. For the past year, I have been a volunteer with Monarca, training Minnesotans on how to legally observe federal agents without obstruction or intervention. As the federal government's presence in our metro area has increased, more and more regular people, neighbors, parents, teachers, and nurses have joined us. On December 1st, Operation Metro Surge began. 1 week later, a white woman in North Minneapolis was the first observer that we know of to be detained by federal agents. I can still remember her haunting screams as her hands were tied behind her back, a dozen armed masked men taking her away on a cold, dark December morning. As a new year began, we learned that 2,000 federal agents would descend into our communities, the largest operation in the history of our country. This massive armed federal deployment felt not as though it was an immigration operation, but was a harmful tactic to ensure our children felt scared in their schools and daycares, our business corridors failed, and every single one of us felt unsafe in our own communities. Our lives have been upended. I see ICE agents when I run errands or spend time with my friends. I have spoken with families who have had loved ones abducted from their job sites or on their way to school. They stop Black and brown Minnesotans to demand proof of citizenship. Abandoned cars are all over the city, their drivers taken by ICE. And observers across the city are continuing to observe because our First Amendment allows for these atrocities to not happen in the dark. Agents have turned their aggressive tactics against us citizens. When I first got a text that ICE had shot someone in South Minneapolis, I was heartbroken, and I was not at all surprised. I cried when I heard the observer had died, and I cried again when almost 700 people came out that night to learn about their constitutional rights. These were people who had just seen video of a federal agent killing their neighbor. Minnesotans who had heard people in the highest echelons of power desecrate Renee Good's memory before her body was even cold. Minnesotans for whom the act of the day reinforced their need to be at a legal observer training, reinforced their need to film federal agents because we all know that if our videos don't exist, the truth that DHS tells is the only truth there is. The next morning, I volunteered to be a safety marshal at a protest at the Whipple building. Federal agents became increasingly violent toward us as we chanted in the public road. Federal agents shoved me to the ground multiple times, one time putting my face directly in front of a canister of tear gas. My lungs filled with smoke, and I thought I would asphyxiate. When I got home, I learned that wasn't the closest I had come to dying that day. There was video of a federal agent pulling his handgun and pointing it at me from point-blank range while I wore my safety vest and my hands were open and out to my sides. I didn't even notice at the time because I was not looking at him. I breathed through a panic attack as I realized the vigil I had attended could just as easily have been my own. I struggled to sleep that night, and the next day DHS announced 1,000 more agents were to be deployed to our city. I walk out of my house and my neighborhood smells of tear gas. I see videos of CBP deploying gas canisters and leaving loaded magazines in the same park where I go to community markets and where the kids I babysit play in the summer. Every day since Metro Surge began, it is clear these operations put the physical and mental safety of all of us at risk. This past Saturday morning, we learned another of our neighbors was killed, an ICU nurse at the VA. This time, the site of the killing was just 1 mile from my home. I rushed to the scene to find friends who lived even closer. As the streets filled with with hundreds of my neighbors, federal agents deployed gas canisters and flashbangs. When hundreds of riot gear agents showed up, I went inside my friend's house. We stayed there for hours while flashbangs shook the walls and pepper spray filled the air. It was not safe for me to go home. Inside, we communicated with witnesses who were barricaded in buildings by federal agents, terrified they would be arrested or killed for witnessing what had happened to Alex. Many of them were arrested and held for hours at the Whipple building on Saturday. Their attorneys were told they would not be able to speak to their clients until Monday because, quote, federal agents don't work on the weekends. If that were true, Alex Preddy would still be alive today. Every day they lie to us. We are gaslit by administration officials while their agents on the ground threaten, assault, and kill us in our own city. While helicopters fly overhead and agents build a database of our faces, they tell Americans everywhere to disbelieve what we can see with our own eyes. They accuse us of being domestic terrorists and paid agitators without any evidence to dismiss the atrocities that Minnesotans are experiencing firsthand. The U.S. government wages war against its own citizens while we are just trying to live our lives. When we show up with whistles and phones, they deploy gas and shoot guns. They do anything to deny us the ability to film because to them, the most dangerous weapon is the truth. Every day, Minnesotans have shown that courage is contagious. I hope our courage inspires this body to be brave. Please do everything you can to fight for better conditions for all of Minnesota without leaving any of us behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Westgard, if you'd please introduce yourself for the record and provide your testimony.
Yes, Bjorn Westgard, MD, MA. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the impact of federal ICE and CBP agents in Minnesota. I'm here as a concerned physician and a concerned citizen. I live and work in Minnesota. I'm an emergency room physician, a clinic wound care physician, and a public health researcher. I have cared for patients in custody, and I have cared for federal agents. Today, though, I would like to point out the chilling and harmful effect that the presence of federal agents in our communities and our healthcare facilities has had on everyone who needs healthcare. I've spoken with colleagues across the metro and a couple outstate, and I can tell you that emergency room and clinic visits are down 20 to 25% across many of our health systems, and that's a conservative estimate. People are delaying and avoiding care for fear of unidentified masked men with guns. The human and economic impact has been substantial, and in some places, the impact has been even more significant than the pandemic. As one might expect, there's been a substantial decrease in visits among Latino patients, representing about 25% of the drop, but the drop in visits has been across all demographic groups. We've had patients say they will not come in for needed treatments because ICE is around. We've had patients present at the last moment with terrible infections and complications leading to loss of limb and loss of life, all for fear of ICE in Minnesota. We've pleaded with patients that they are citizens who have nothing to fear, and they have responded that ICE does not care. Because if you leave your house and encounter ICE, almost anyone is at risk of being forcibly detained and disappeared. Again, the threatening atmosphere has led to a drop in care visits across all demographics. Based on my experience in the community, I can understand why. I am often asked about whether and where to seek care for injuries and illnesses in my private life. And lately, I've been asked, can I go to the ER? Will ICE be there? Is it safe for me? People are understandably alarmed, again, that unidentified masked men with guns may be roaming the halls of our hospitals and clinics, and they would rather stay home and see if they can tough it out until they can't. So we're definitely seeing devastating effects from the presence of federal agents on our healthcare and on the health of Minnesotans. My concern is that the long-term impact of deferred and abandoned care will be felt by patients, providers, and health systems in our state for many months and years to come. Lastly, I'd like to commend the work of my colleagues, techs, nurses, PAs, physicians, many others. During the pandemic, these are folks that were called heroes. And again, today, they're bearing the burden of ICE and CBP actions in their communities and their workplaces. And they go to work every day. They take care of folks, whoever shows up in front of them. These colleagues, pardon me, in this moment and always, they have my love, they have my respect, and my admiration. Thank you.
Ms. Claire. Good afternoon. My name is Angela Claire. I am born and raised in St. Paul and also a center director for a child care program in St. Paul. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the very real and immediate impact the current environment is having on young children, families, early childhood professionals, and our communities. 2 weeks ago, a helicopter hovered directly over our child care building with a large caravan of ICE vehicles present nearby. I peeked my head out the window to see what was going on, or the door to see what was going on. I heard whistles and a woman yelling for help. If you have not heard this or witnessed this, it is not something that leaves your head easily. These are sounds that are difficult to describe and impossible to forget. That day, our center had to go into lockdown for 3 hours. I want to remind you, I have 2, 3, 4, and 5-year-old children in lockdown for 3 hours. 2 days later, we were forced into lockdown again for the same reason, for 4 hours. During these hours, young children sat inside, confused and frightened, unable to understand why they could not go outside or why their routines had suddenly changed and why are the lights off. Staff worked to keep the children calm while managing their own fear and uncertainty. And in my whole 27 years of being an early childhood educator, while we've been trained on how to do lockdown procedures, within my 27 years, I've only had to do it 3 times, 2 times in the last couple weeks. This is not okay. Early childhood programs are meant to be places of safety, stability, and trust. Families bring us their most precious people every day, and they do so believing that their children will be protected, nurtured, and able to learn and grow without fear. Right now, that promise is almost nearly impossible to uphold. In recent months, childcare programs have been placed in the national spotlight due to fraud investigations. As someone who deals with the Child Care Assistance Program every single day, I can assure you that it is basically as impossible to commit fraud in that program as it is to maintain a sense of safety for our kids right now. But many child care programs are experiencing unannounced audit visits, increased monitoring, all because of a YouTube video. The lack of clarity around who is entering our buildings has created confusion and fear. Staff are unsure how to distinguish between legitimate officials and who they claim to have authority. At the same time, we have to be concerned about individuals coming to our programs that shouldn't be there, trying to film children and families. The idea that someone might enter a licensed program without permission is real, and it's beyond alarming. I cannot overstate to you all how devastating these impacts are for families, children, and our staff. Families are keeping their children home, not because of illness, not because of the cold weather, or just choice, it's because of fear. Fear of being seen, fear of being stopped, fear of what might happen if they tried to access care for their children, because leaving the house with black or brown skin means you might not make it home again. As a center director, my responsibility is to ensure the safety, stability, and well-being of every child and staff member in our building. Increasingly, that sense of certainty has faded. We're making decisions no other early childhood professional should have to make. Decisions about lockdowns, limiting outdoor play, and how to respond if enforcement activity occurs nearby, and about how to keep our kids safe knowing that we may not be able to. Children cannot freely enjoy simple, developmentally essential experiences like outdoor play, fresh snow outside, sledding, or the fear of sudden enforcement activity in the neighborhoods. These are not abstract policy discussions. These are daily realities affecting our infants, toddlers, preschoolers, and the adults who care for them. This environment is harming families' sense of security, disrupting early learning, and placing enormous emotional strain on a workforce that is already stretched razor thin. Early childhood programs cannot function effectively when fear replaces trust and stability. I am asking, actually I'm demanding, that you as state leaders recognize the impact that these conditions are having on the early childhood programs, children, and families that we serve. We need clear guidance, protections, and policies that prioritize the safety and well-being of young children and the professionals who care for them. We just heard about people being called heroes during COVID. Childcare workers were called heroes as well. We need you to use whatever power you have and actions that you normally would eschew, except for in case of an emergency, to ensure safety, consistency, and peace of mind for the children and families, because the emergency is here and the trauma is irreparable. Thank you for your time, your attention, and to your commitment to all of Minnesota's children.
Thank you all very much for your testimony. I appreciate you coming today. If Russ Adams, Yusra Muhammad, and Michael Bardos could please come up to the table. I'm sorry, Senator Dibble, did you have a question?
I just as they're coming up, I just wanted to just thank the testifiers and just go back to a little bit of what Mariah O'Malley shared. I was at that gathering the evening that Renee Good was murdered, and it was stunning to see 700 people step up and be counted and to say they were going to put their bodies in the same place where her body was, showing that Minnesotans will not be cowed, will not be frightened, will stand up. It was an incredible, incredible experience of strength and resilience on the part of Minnesotans.
Thank you, Senator Dibble. Mr. Adams, if you would please introduce yourself for the record and present your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Russ Adams. I'm the manager of the Corridor Recovery Initiatives for the Lake Street Council. I'm here to talk about the economic impacts of Operation Metro Surge. We did submit some written information for you, which includes how our organization is responding to this emergency. We sort of rewrote the book on responding to emergencies after the murder of George Floyd and the unbelievable destruction that our corridor experienced during the civil unrest. It was the second most expensive civil disturbance in U.S. history, second to the LA riots. On the other side of this sheet, we have some statistics for you to look at what our corridor looks like before Operation Metro Surge and what we're experiencing. I can tell you that this is a conservative list of estimates and data. Our corridor is a little bit larger than what Greater MSP took a look at, but they did it on the fly for us. So I can tell you that we have 4.5 million square feet of retail space along our 6-mile stretch. We have 11.9 million square feet of commercial, industrial, and healthcare related space. We have over 33,000 employees that work along the corridor, more than 2,500 businesses, over 300 restaurants. This is an economic engine for the city of Minneapolis, and we are not the only cultural corridor that generates this kind of revenue, that provides this number of jobs. You can see this everywhere in North Minneapolis, Northeast, St. Paul, along University Avenue, in inner-ring suburbs like Richfield and the Brooklands. Immigrant entrepreneurial energy is providing vitality to our main streets. They're doing that in greater Minnesota as well. And so when we look at what's happening with Metro Surge, we can see that the effects of it are not unlike an economic embargo. In the month of December, when this all started, one of the most important months for entrepreneurs along Lake Street, December is the month during the holidays where they make up for the lean months during the winter of January, February, March. Businesses were disrupted. We were getting reports of 40% revenue dropping initially. That figure is risen. It's now in the month of January, getting reports that folks are losing 50% to 80%, and in some cases 100% of their revenue. Why is it 100%? Some of the businesses are finding it difficult to be open. On any given day, we think about half of our immigrant businesses are closed on Lake Street. In our cultural malls, many of the kiosks are just sitting idle. They are not making sales. And why is that? Well, you heard why. You heard for the last 2.5 hours that people are afraid to leave their homes, to shop or to dine or to go to school or to go to work. Some of our employers are asking their workers that do show up to work double shifts. They're reducing hours. I can tell you some of our employers are keeping the folks that are afraid to come into work on the payroll. They cannot afford to do that for month after month after month. This immigration operation has to cease. The dragnet strategies of just picking up everybody that they find are hurting businesses. We cannot continue at this rate. So I just want to say one other thing, and then I'm going to hand it over to my colleague to give you a few actual information about this. The economic disruptions are also affecting our building owners and the banks that are holding mortgages. Many banks have made a commitment to support the entrepreneurial energy on Lake Street, and they are being impacted by this. Our corporate partners in the downtown areas, in the large corporations, have also been reporting drops of 50 to 80% in revenue. There are hotel reservations being canceled. The disruptions are having a huge economic impact, and that affects our tax revenue. And then finally, it really doesn't matter how you feel about our national immigration policy. Any honest assessment of how this is unfolding must lead to the conclusion that this is not helping, that it's causing more harm than good. It's making our communities unsafe, and it's unnecessarily cruel. It's no wonder that public opinion has turned dramatically against this operation. Thank you.
Yusra? Good afternoon. My name is Yusra. I'm also with Lake Street Council, and I'm going to share a couple stories with you about what's happening on Lake Street in Minneapolis, not just in the headlines, but what's happening to our neighbors as of today. A mother dropped her toddler off at a daycare a couple weeks ago. She kissed her baby goodbye, as most of us mothers do. I'm a mom myself, so every day that is our routine. And she walked across the street to start her shift, and she never made it. She was taken, she was detained, and the only reason her child wasn't left abandoned at that daycare center is because she was allowed one phone call to make to tell a family member where her baby was. They never gave her an ultimatum, and they, didn't allow her options to comply and so on and so forth. But they eventually did say, if you do comply, or if you don't comply, you won't see your child again. So this is, what we're living in right now, what's happening. In the building that I work at, a worker on the loading dock was doing his job in broad daylight earlier in the day, and he was taken without a word. There was no questions, he was just gone, racially profiled and disappeared while his coworkers watched in horror. Before 7 a.m., a woman was waiting for the bus outside of her workplace and she vanished. The only proof that she was even there was because there was multiple witnesses who saw it happen. There was no warning, there was no dignity. Business owners are now locking their doors during operating hours. Someone has to stand guard, a doorkeeper, because federal agents circle their parking lots, peer through their windows, and threaten, "We'll be back for you." Nonprofits who are supposed to be doing their regular job of just navigating resources are now operating like they're moving operations. Businesses are relocating to temporary spaces, not because of a crime, not because of economics, but because people are terrified of their own government. These aren't statistics that I'm sharing with you. These are our neighbors, our employees, our mothers, our community members who power Minnesota's economy. I just want to be clear that immigrant-owned businesses are not supplemental to Minnesota's economy. They are the economy. On Lake Street alone, they generate millions in revenue, employ thousands, and anchor entire commercial corridors. So when you terrorize these business owners, when you disappear their workers, and when you force them to choose between operating their business and protecting their people, Minnesota's economy doesn't just suffer, it collapses. These businesses survived a pandemic, barely. They rebuilt after their corridors were burned. They are the resilience of the state, and right now you are dismantling the very foundation of Minnesota's economic future. When that mother was detained, her shift went unfulfilled, and when that loading dock worker was taken, operations stopped. When businesses lock their doors and station guards, commerce dies. Customer traffic has plummeted a lot, and revenues have disappeared, jobs have vanished. Without these immigrant entrepreneurs and workers, Minnesota will fail. Not eventually, but right now in real time. So I'm just asking you to see us and hear us, protect our small businesses. Because what's happening in Minnesota isn't just a moral catastrophe, it's economic suicide. And it's happening in our own name.
Thank you. Michael Bartos, please introduce yourself and present your testimony.
Chair Port, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Mike Bartos. I'm a janitor in Minnesota and a proud member of SEIU Local 26. I want to begin with the experience of my brother-in-law, because what is happening right now is not theoretical, it's personal. In 1981, he came to the United States as a child from El Salvador. which at the time was under a brutal dictatorship that used policing to terrorize its own people, including targeting organized labor. He had been abandoned, was homeless, and was living on the streets after his family had been torn apart. He was eventually adopted here, grew up in Minnesota, became a U.S. citizen, and later married into my family. He's an exemplary citizen, and I'm proud to call him family. About 2 weeks ago, he was leaving a Home Depot and getting into his work van when a black SUV pulled up and boxed him in. 2 masked officers approached him and demanded to know where he was from. He told them he was a U.S. citizen. They demanded to know, or demanded papers. He showed his naturalization documents, and only then did they leave. This was a clear violation of his rights as a citizen. It was also racial profiling, plain and simple. As a janitor and a union member, I work alongside immigrants every day. Some are citizens who now feel forced to carry proof of citizenship with them at all times. Others are Native people who carry tribal ID because they fear they will not be believed otherwise. I also need to be very clear about what is happening in my union. Members of SEIU Local 26, workers who have legal authorization to be in this country, are being detained and sent to detention centers without due process. These are working people who followed the rules, went to work, and then disappeared into federal custody. I live in the ward where Alex Preddy was killed by federal officers this past weekend, and less than 2 miles from where Renee Good was killed a few weeks ago. What my family members, my coworkers, and my neighbors are experiencing is terror and fear being imposed by our own federal government. Our communities understand exactly what this is, and we will not be silent while constitutional and human rights are violated. We will fight, and we will win. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your testimony. We'll call up Wesley Powers and Jess Braverman, and also Kat Rohn, just a heads up that you will be second on Zoom. Mr. Powers, if you could please introduce yourself for the record and present your testimony.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Wesley Powers. I'm a U.S. Navy veteran, having served during 9/11 in both Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom. I've lived in Minnesota since 2005 and in St. Paul since 2007. I currently live at Fort Snelling, less than a 30-second drive from the Whipple building. Every day when I leave or come home, I drive by dozens of ICE agents on their way to or from our communities. On January 8th, while demonstrating at the Whipple building, I was shot with a pepper ball at close range and was made to sit in the still active residue in an overcapacity cell, overcapacity by the agent's own admission at the Bishop Henry Whipple Federal Building. Still, I feel my testimony is best served speaking to the concerning practices, and I use that word in air quotes, security risks, and apparent gross ineptitude of the quote-unquote operations, again, the word in operations in air quotes, I witnessed while detained for over 8 hours. One of the agents, while escorting me into the Whipple building, mentioned he was a veteran and 100% disabled. When I noted to him that it seemed that he had all 4 limbs, and it seemed it seemed like he was walking normally, he pointed to his head and said, "It's all up here." I was never wholly identified. I did not have my ID on me when I was detained. At no point was I asked about my citizenship status. At no point was I fingerprinted to verify my identity. The information I gave could have been completely false, and I wonder, had I been misleading, would it have been found out? Agents are not thoroughly searching detainees. When searching my jacket, the agents neglected to find my cell phone in the breast pocket of my jacket before handing my jacket back to me. This demonstrates an incredible lack of security and disregard for the safety of the agents and other detainees. This demonstrates that others can intentionally be detained with devices intended to do harm to those inside the facility. While I was being asked details about me, agents inquired as to the names of my family members, not my emergency contacts, but specifically my mom, my dad, brothers, sisters. I was asked about my tattoos and scars, but I was wearing long sleeves and they never verified this information. Detainees are being held in cells labeled with sticky notes. The smaller cells holding immigrants had the word new scribbled on a sticky note. The cell I was in was labeled USC, which I later found out stood for US citizen. The cells inside the Whipple building are overcrowded. The largest cell, approximately 300 square feet, held anywhere from 40 to 60 immigrants. The smaller 2 immigrant cells, approximately 100 square feet apiece, each held approximately 20 immigrants in. The cell I was held in, approximately 80 square feet, had 7 detainees, with an 8th detainee being brought in simply to use the restroom and leave. A cell across from mine had 2 sticky notes with which both read out of order. However, I saw at least 1 person detained in that cell. The phone in my cell did not work. Access to cells was via electronic badge. I witnessed agents sharing badges between each other to gain access to the cells without the badge owners present, and therefore without their knowledge of who was opening what cell, when, and for what reason. Detainee information, both immigrant and otherwise, was being handwritten by agents on scraps of paper or various notebooks. Agents are misspelling names and sometimes getting those names completely incorrect. If a detainee answers to the wrong name and tries to correct the agents, there's nothing to indicate that a detainee won't suffer the consequences intended for another. Agents are taking pictures of detainee ID cards on what appear to be personal cell phones, meaning these phones also had clearly visible social media icons. And they're taking pseudo mugshots with the same phones. Detainees are being asked who their arresting agent was, leading me to believe that they are not keeping track of who is doing the detaining and for what reasons. Not all detainees are being read their rights. Agents are propping doors open with water bottles, specifically to interrogation rooms and rooms where detainees are speaking with lawyers. At one point, agents effectively lost a, quote, USC detainee coming into the USC cell asking for an individual, and when no one answered to that name, to the name called, the agents went to other cells, including those holding immigrants, asking for the same person. This went on for 15 to 30 minutes. Like, what are we doing here? How can anyone consider this anywhere near a legitimate operation? It can only be described as a poorly executed, inept, racist, paramilitary occupation of our communities. One that has led to the deaths, one that has led to the deaths of members of our community. Federal agents are clearly untrained in conducting this occupation in a manner that allows them to go unchecked without concern for the safety of others or even themselves, and with the opportunity to easily destroy any evidence and avoid future consequences. I'm beyond done with this. Speaking of my own personal care teams at the VA, both mental and physical health, I've asked if they can guarantee the federal government will abide by HIPAA policies. Am I free to speak with them without concern from the federal government, without concern that the federal government may access my records? They responded with a simple no. I can't even go to therapy. Not a chance. Over the last couple of weeks, I was working with a mother in my community to ensure the safety of her children while they are getting on and off a bus. Just yesterday, she told me she sought and received a hardship deferment from her employer. She's moving out of Minnesota this weekend because she fears for the safety of her children. I want to thank this committee for listening to these testimonies, but more importantly, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the brave folks who have given their testimony. This needs to end. It's not a request, it's a demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers. Kat Roan, if you would please introduce yourself and turn on your camera, present your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Kat Roan. I am the Executive Director of Outfront Minnesota, our state's largest LGBTQ advocacy organization. Out of respect for time, I won't share all of the individual harms that our community members have felt and shared with our organization, but they are many and echo what you have already heard from so many of the testifiers today. I will note the special personal and collective injury felt by LGBTQ people in our state when Renee Good was killed, and the fear felt particularly by queer women and trans folks who have been singled out for targeted harassment and harm in interactions with federal agents throughout the past couple of weeks. I am also deeply concerned for the safety, well-being, and dignity of those detained. We know that some of them are being placed into solitary, segregated, so-called protective custody for vulnerable populations, and that data is no longer tracked because of changing ideological priorities in this administration. While the Prison Rape Elimination Act should provide protections and recourse for LGBTQ individuals who are detained, the federal government has erased definitions of gender identity through a series of executive orders, and reporting earlier this year indicated that multiple private detention facilities have received contract notices that all transgender guidance is now rescinded. These are not abstract concerns. In the past, these were the cause of deaths like those of Roxana Hernandez and Johanna Medina Leon, who died due to preventable harm and neglect by the agency. These are the causes and the conditions that led to the sexual abuse suffered by Andre Hernandez Romero, a gay man who was sent without due process by this administration to horrific detention conditions in El Salvador. LGBTQ refugees and asylum seekers face threats of deportation to nations that criminalize their very identity, like a gay couple threatened with deportation to Iran, or to places where violence against LGBTQ individuals is rampant and often a direct and acute cause of their decision to flee, like a transgender student here in Minnesota from Africa who has received threats of death from family members in her country of origin because of her identity. My heart is broken for Renee, for Alex, for Victor, for all those harmed. These operations violate our rights, our safety, and our fundamental values. Our communities are standing up and standing together, taking care of one another, and sharing what we can to keep folks safe. But we need all of us to be helping to end these harmful operations. May we continue to work to ensure Minnesota is a place of welcome and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. Jess Braverman, if you would introduce yourself for the record and present your testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jess Braverman, and I'm the legal director of Gender Justice, a nonprofit civil rights firm here in St. Paul, Minnesota. Operation Metro Surge was never about creating safety. It was and continues to be a political stunt aimed at defining who is and who is not entitled to safety, dignity, and bodily autonomy. Gender-based violence is a feature, not a bug of oppressive systems. In response to growing reports of harassment, intimidation, and violence targeting women and LGBTQ people, we launched a confidential reporting form to document and support investigation into unlawful conduct by armed DHS actors. In the short period of time this form has been up, we've received reports of agents calling women slurs and body shaming people, misgendering trans women and asking invasive questions about their bodies, and physically shoving and groping women. Contrary to their claims, ICE is not protecting us from abusers. They are them, and they are empowering them. According to Violence Free Minnesota, the statewide coalition to end relationship abuse, domestic violence victims and survivors across the state are afraid to access DV services. They're too scared to access medical care, and they're too scared to attend work, which results in them being economically dependent on their abuser. ICE is also terrorizing vulnerable youth. I want to make sure we understand what special immigrant juvenile status is. It was something Mr. Chan brought up earlier. Kids who are eligible for this status are kids who have been abused, neglected, or abandoned. They are eligible for a green card because we decided we want to protect them as a country, and that is the law. They are entitled to apply for that, and they are entitled, not only entitled, they have to remain here in order to get that green card, and they are legally entitled to stay while that application is pending. These are the children that ICE agents are picking up and having sign voluntary deportation documents. SIJ, that's what they mean when they say special immigrant juvenile status. That's who they're talking about. ICE is separating nursing mothers from their infant children and shipping those mothers out of state before they can even appear in front of a judge. In one case, a nursing refugee mother who had done absolutely nothing wrong was shipped 1,800 miles away from her infant, who was still nursing. When people say ICE is kidnapping children, they are not being hyperbolic. I have heard from an attorney representing one family that ICE picked up a minor, deemed him an unaccompanied minor, even though he lived with his dad and family. For 10 days, ICE hid him away from his family and claimed they did not know where he was. That minor has since been returned back to his family he should never have been separated from. Federal agents are terrorizing our communities, classrooms are empty, parents are guarding daycares, after-school programs are shut down, children are too scared to leave their homes, families are running out of food and facing eviction because they're too scared to work, DV services are scaling back, and children are being torn away from their families and deported. And when we dare to question this behavior, we are being told that this is happening for our safety. Minnesotans may be nice, but we are not naive. We demand an end to this tyranny and accountability for every single person involved in this dangerous political stunt. And the last thing I just have to say is it was really heartbreaking to hear the testimony of Ms. Zhang. Like her, my parents are also immigrants. They came to this country for a better life. They love America, so they gave me an English name. They made sure English was my first language. And so when people see me, they don't think child of immigrants. And when people see my parents, they're not scared running around with their documents. The only difference between her story and mine is that my family is white. This is absolutely a racist project that we are seeing right now. And so I just don't want that to be a doubt in anyone's mind. If there's any question, but for the color of my skin, that is the difference between my story and Ms. Zhang's. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, we have one final testifier joining us online. I would like to introduce Mr. Antonio Romanucci, an attorney representing the family of Renee Good. Mr. Romanucci, if you would please introduce yourself for the record and then present your testimony.
Thank you, Senator members and all members of the community. My name is Antonio Romanucci, and I am one of the attorneys representing the family of Renee Good. It is also with deep honor that I am before this committee because my mother is an immigrant. My father is a U.S. veteran, and like many people speaking before this committee, I am proud to be an American. However, I am now speaking to you in the tragic shooting death by federal agents of Renee Good during Operation Metro Surge. We are deeply distressed at these invasions by fellow Americans that have gone well beyond the initial scope of removing criminals. And we were heartbroken this past weekend by the horrific and completely unnecessary shooting death of Alex Preddy by federal agents. We call for the end of immediate false narratives by federal officials about the victims of excessive force by agents. The character assassinations and conclusions about what happened in a situation before an investigation has even started, let alone completed, must stop. In America, our leaders must be held to a standard of truth and responsible speech in the immediate aftermath of tragedies like these. We know that we carry a duty to uphold the civil liberties granted by this country of ours, and that we carry this burden on our shoulders as we move forward on this path to justice and accountability. My contribution today will be to share information about, as well as significant concerns with, the current process to hold federal officers accountable for actions we believe are violations of a person's constitutional rights. I have represented clients in excessive force cases for decades, and I see each case in a way where there are several paths of justice to be pursued. For example, there is criminal justice, civil justice, administrative justice, and even legislative justice. I'll talk more about these momentarily. I was proud to be a part of the civil legal team that worked on historic civil litigation here in Minneapolis in 2020. And we were very pleased by the transparent partnership with both state and local governments in securing justice for the family, but also in creating change, meaningful longer-term accountability to improve policing and community trust in Minnesota. Those types of changes we consider to be administrative justice. Changes in policy or training or removal of officers from the police force would be good examples of administrative justice. We were deeply grateful for the partnership of the city and Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota in the historic George Floyd case, in what of course can be an adversarial relationship when we sue police. Not so in that critical moment a few years back when civil leaders in Minnesota galvanized and listened to the community's concerns and stepped up to do something about it. And I can tell you with complete conviction that this moment in the municipal leaders' response has been the same. The response by state leaders, including this committee, as well as city leaders, has been of unspeakable value. So I thank each of those leaders and agency for what clearly is listening to the community in an effort to not only create paths of justice for the families of those harmed or killed, but justice for the entire community. Our team has promised to provide transparency and information to the country on what happened to Renee as we continue our independent civil investigation in an aggressive way, but also in an ethical and moral fashion. We want to be the voice of reason for the community that wants to understand what happened and deserves the facts. We need to fully understand the totality of the circumstances on the morning of January 7th, not only looking at the video, but also looking at the intent that was there and looking at reasonable police practices. When there is truth and there are undisputed facts, there is never anything to hide. In our letter to the relevant government agencies, we asked for responsible handling and preservation of evidence, including items and data from the vehicle Renee was driving, records of the agent's declared injuries, his cell phone, Renee's cell phone, and any statements he made about use of force in protesters. Further, at the family's request, we conducted an independent autopsy of Renee's body so that we clearly understood her injuries and her experience in those final moments. We had a highly respected and credentialed forensic pathologist consult for this work and released some of those high-level results, again, to provide transparency and truth to the public, something which we have not had lately. Lastly, we are providing information to the public on what reasonable policing policies and practices are so people can view the video through that lens. For example, it's essential that people understand that even if the agent was in front of the vehicle, placing himself there is considered officer-created jeopardy, where his only means of escape and defense would be the use of deadly force. That's never acceptable. The legal system includes a mechanism by which individuals can bring a civil legal action, say that again, a civil legal action against the municipal, county, or state entity for the conduct of its officers and against the officers individually for their actions. In addition to the administrative justice I just mentioned, the primary outcome of civil litigation is finding ways to make people whole for the injuries they've suffered or for the loss of a loved one. These types of legal claims are made under what is called Section 1983. This was part of the Federal Civil Rights Act of 1871, and it allows for civil lawsuits against state, county, and municipal officers, for example. It is very beneficial in bringing accountability when an officer behaves unconstitutionally. This is considered to be a direct claim against the individual officer and prevents officers from acting with impunity. That accountability faces challenges like qualified immunity in the absence of vicarious liability that stack the deck against accountability. But accountability is still possible in egregious cases. However, legal action under federal law enforcement officers is not currently allowed under Section 1983. Basically, what that means is we cannot sue them directly. And if we do, it's a very uphill challenge. And that's what I'd like to break down for you. But when I'm done, I'll try and give you some hope on how that challenge could be eased. There is no equivalent of Section 1983 for abuses caused by federal law enforcement like ICE or Border Patrol. There used to be. In the 1970s, the court, in a case called Bivens versus 6 unknown named agents, indicated that individuals had a right to sue federal law enforcement officers for violations of constitutional rights. But then, starting in 1980, the Supreme Court slowly and then quickly started walking back Bivens, and today it is almost non-existent. Bivens represents an intuitive proposition. It should not require the permission of the federal government to sue the federal government under a constitution that is designed to constrain the government's power. If the government must give you permission to seek accountability for violation of rights secured by the Constitution, then your constitutional rights are just words on a paper. Rights are not rights without remedies. Now, the government might point to an alternative method of justice, and that's known as the Federal Tort Claims Act, or the FTCA. But the FTCA stacks the deck against accountability even more. It requires you to file a claim with the government agency that has harmed you, and then wait up to 6 months to seek accountability in the courts for you to even sue them. And then the law has broad discretionary function exception and denies plaintiffs the right to a jury. These cases are heard by judges. They're bench trials. And even then, the FTCA permits individuals to sue the United States for state law torts that it does not provide accountability against the individual officers who commit misconduct. These FTCA claims are not brought against the officers. It does not permit you to sue for constitutional violations unless they fit into specific state law torts.
Mr. Romanucci, if you could just wrap up in the next minute or two, please.
I will. Thank you. So one possible way to alleviate this paradox would be for Congress to amend Section 1983 by adding 4 words to allow that federal officers can be sued civilly if their conduct merits. All you have to do to Section 1983 is add "or the United States." However, there is a more important path, and this is for the Minnesota State Legislature. You can pass a bill making it a state law tort to violate the federal Constitution. There is also judicial and scholarly support for this proposition that if a state creates a tort law that mirrors the Constitution, then the exception to immunity may apply to allow the suit against a federal officer to proceed. I can tell you that in December, Illinois did something similar, signing into law House Bill 1312, which created a path to sue federal officers for violations of the Illinois Constitution, which very closely reflects the United States Constitution. And that's how the Minnesota legislature can cure this path in suing individual officers directly for their wrongdoings by making an amendment or adding a law of this nature. Thank you again for this committee's commitment to the truth and to American values and, of course, the Constitution.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. We are going to go to closing comments from members. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know how anyone could have sat through that hearing with stories about people being so afraid to leave the house, to go to the grocery store, to go to school, sit through this hearing and think any of this is justified. We kept hearing from some of our colleagues that removing criminals is a necessary step, but that's not what is happening in Minnesota today. What crimes was Liam charged with? He's 5. What crimes were the 15 and 16-year-old brother and sisters abducted in the last 40 hours? What charges that came for them? What crimes did they commit? What crimes did Goresh commit when he was abducted? We heard about devastating economic impacts of having mass secret police at every corner. We heard about the rigged immigration court system and lawyers telling their clients that because the courts are purposefully denying legal immigration claims, that they should expect to either be kidnapped during their court date or they should expect to lose and have their lawful status removed. We heard about the wildly illegal actions going on inside of detention centers. And we heard about trauma, especially for communities who've already had generational trauma, refugees, immigrants, the native people of this land. These federal actions have real consequences and land on memory, is what someone so beautifully and sadly said. Another testifier said today that ICE is not protecting us from the abusers, they are them. So my call today is for the people to keep protesting, keep fighting, keep sharing the truth about what is happening in Minnesota. This is not where they're going to end their reign of terror. It is simply a place where they have started it. And they will take our state as a measuring tool to see how far they can get away with stripping away our rights. And they will take lessons learned and spread it to other states. So again, I'm just asking the people of Minnesota to continue doing what you're doing, peacefully protesting, standing up and showing up for your neighbors. And let's give the federal government a lesson in humanity that they so desperately need and will not soon forget.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just wanted to mention a couple of points that people wanted to share, but were unable to provide testimony, one because of time constraints, the other for another constraint that I'll mention in just a moment. But Anjuli Cameron was here. She's the CEO of SIWA AIFW, which is Asian Family Wellness Community-Based Organization. Her testimony is either in our packets or posted at the committee website, but she just wanted to make sure that the public and this committee is aware of the level of support that they have needed to provide, particularly to Afghan refugees who have been targeted by Metro Surge, which I think is just an absolute shame and disgrace because, of course, they are here because they have been in support of us in our country in that misbegotten war in their country. And also a great deal of support that her organization has had to provide because of the increased incidence of suicidal ideation among immigrants and refugees, especially among young adults. Madam Chair, I know someone who is a school administrator. It's a small school in South Minneapolis, 95 or more % Latino kids, young pre to middle school. And their experience, similar to what we've heard, has been just horrifying and frightening and bracing. 13 parents have been detained or deported by ICE. Law-abiding moms and dads who work hard to provide for their families. I'll repeat that, law-abiding moms and dads who work hard. More than 50 students, and this is a student body of about 200, are not coming to school right now because they don't feel safe. One fourth grade girl shared recently with her teacher that her dad was taken away at 3 o'clock in the morning and she has not seen him since. Another family reported that there were drones circling near their home. Another reported just last week that ICE agents followed their child's school bus, and when the child got off the bus, she was told by her neighbors to run to her house. Happy to report that she made it to her house. One night recently, a student received a phone call from a classmate. The classmate needed someone to talk to because his mother had gone to the grocery store, and he was terrified that she might not make it home. He was worried that he might never see her again. In just 1 week alone, one grade experienced a father who has a valid work authorization detained and flown to Texas. One family has left Minneapolis and is now in hiding. On one student's last day of school, their family left the U.S. behind and returned to Ecuador. Two parents, both U.S. citizens, were tear gassed while driving home after school. And then they also have, of course, a number of their staff. 2/3 are people of color. They are frightened, experiencing panic attacks. They're being picked up and driven to school by their white colleagues, but still, Madam Chair, they come to school every day to teach, to listen, to comfort. They stick to their routines. They create calm when everything else feels chaotic, and they are the safety and stability for their students. Madam Chair, my niece is a kindergarten teacher. Most of her little squirts in her class are Latino kids, and I can report the same. Every day surrounding that school, parents and neighbors to create a shield of safety as kids come to and from school. Imagine that. We're have to provide shields of safety. And these little kids, kindergartners, the most precious, loving, wonderful humans you can ever hope to hang out with, are terrified. They're frightened, they're upset, they're dysregulated, they're crying, they think someone is coming for them. So, Madam Chair, I'll just share two more quick stories. I went to a mutual aid hub yesterday, brought a big load of stuff. There's a massive quantity of stuff there, and the person organizing it said this room is going to be emptied by the end of the day. Happens every day that entire room gets filled up with diapers and food and supplies every day, wiped out and empty. It's just incredible. I drove down Lake Street yesterday or the day before in the middle of the day when it's usually really, really crowded. There was no one on the street. I never get to just drive down Lake Street. I just tootled on down. I live 1 block off Lake Street. But also struck me at the same time, kind of heartbreakingly, is how beautiful Lake Street is, how beautiful it's become. With all the businesses, all the murals, vibrant, active, wonderful. You know, Lake Street at one time was full of a lot of empty storefronts. It's now a beautiful, beautiful corridor. I could see the whole corridor without any interruption because I was driving down and no one was there patronizing those businesses. What's happening is unconscionable. Our state is being torn apart. Our economy is being undermined. People's lives are being devastated by the federal government of the United States that's been deployed against its own people. And this is just the start. We have representatives from how many states?
27 have signed on in total, 14 are here.
States from around the country because they know the stakes are no less than our republic and our democracy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard many touching and telling stories today. We've heard about the 3,000 to 4,000 federal agents and about the tragic events, the loss of life. That's horrible. But a lot of this didn't need to happen. We've seen a direct failure of leadership from Governor Walz to Mayor Fry. Their reluctance to let their law enforcement agencies assist and protect these ICE agents. The ICE agents came to town to remove the worst of the worst. But now they've gotten involved in a lot more and had to increase their numbers tremendously just to protect those that were here. In the last week, I was reading about up in Brainerd, which is closer to home than down here for me. But anyhow, in Brainerd, we didn't even know it took place until after the fact. ICE came up. There was 4 individuals on their list that were criminal illegals. And the local sheriff's department gave them the protection they needed. They came in, got the job done, and left. No incidences. I realize the numbers down here in the metro are bigger. There's room for more error and such. But part of it does fall back on the failure of our leaders. If we work together with the federal partners, these things could have been done a lot differently. So that's where I'll leave it. I know that sitting around this table, my opinion is going to be different than everybody else, but it needed to be said that, I don't diminish the stories we heard today. They've all lived and experienced it, but what I'm saying is they shouldn't have had to go through those things. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Senator Marty.
Just very briefly, Senator Utke, I guess I have real problem saying that they should be out there protecting the federal agents. I think the people who need the protection are the people who are being terrorized and brutally assaulted and their homes broken into and their car windows bashed by federal agents who are breaking the law and violating the Constitution. That's who we got to protect the Minnesotans from. I'm sorry. I mean, I think I strongly agree we have to make sure the federal agents are safe. But we got to protect the thousands of people who've been assaulted by them and brutally assaulted in many cases.
Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I am saying is if the federal agents were allowed to come in and do the job that they came here to do, and that again is removing the worst of the worst, the people that I don't think anybody would argue with, if they're murderers and rapists and child molesters and all these things, we need to take and do something with those people. They're walking the streets, and because of all the commotion that was going on and the hundreds of people, if not more, that showed up to, I will say it the way I see it, interfere with the process, it led to a lot of these things that took place that I'm saying they wouldn't have needed to if our local law enforcement was there to help build those perimeters, help protect, so that those that were trying to make those arrests could have done their job. Everybody could have gone home and we wouldn't have had these incidences. So that's my opinion.
Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to reread something I read earlier. 30 individuals employed by ICE and CBP have been charged with a wide litany of crimes, including sexual assault, child sex trafficking, robbery, rape, torture, kidnapping, sexual abuse of a minor, possession and production of child sexual abuse materials. The rapists, that's them. The murderers, ICE. The worst of the worst, 2-year-old Chloe. The 4 Oglala Sioux tribe members. Chong Lee Tao, who is a United States citizen, dragged out of his home in his underwear. Liam and his father, who are lawfully present in this country and have committed no crimes. The 20-year-old Marine, U.S. citizen, who was abducted out of a parking lot in my community on his way into work. My friend, who was 4 minutes away from watching Alex Preddy be executed, if she had left the children's theater with her 3-year-old 4 minutes earlier, she would have witnessed it. The worst of the worst, an entire restaurant in Elk River, an entire restaurant in Wilmer. I know teachers who can't go home at night until 9, 10, 11 o'clock because ICE just circles their building. They're not looking for anyone except somebody who is Black, brown, Asian, or Indigenous. Since I have been in this committee hearing, which admittedly is long, but it's not even the full day, I've gotten messages, hey, ICE is going door to door, they knocked on a door with 2 minors, can you help? Hey, can you help? 2 American citizens were abducted out of a parking lot and they have no legal representation. Hey, can you help? They're in front of a middle school. Hey, can you help? They're by a bus stop by the elementary school. Hey, can you help? Hey, can you help? People are dying and they are being terrorized. And for what? The official statement of the United States government to deport 100 million people. There aren't even 100 lawful or undocumented immigrants in this country at all. There are 100 million Asian, Black, brown, Indigenous people in this country. And how do they want to do it? Well, they cut our health care and our food to give $75 billion to an anonymous masked armed paramilitary that roam our street, brutalize our citizens, and murder them in broad daylight. We will need real accountability. We will need real repair. That starts here at the legislature. Yes, it will need to happen in Congress, but it needs to end first. Not end just in Minnesota, but end forever. This can never, ever, ever happen in any other state. And to the Minnesotans, Minnesotans are brave. Minnesotans are showing up, giving rides, donating food, helping with rent assistance, being medics, blowing whistles. Minnesotans are the ones that are showing America what real patriotism and really what we the people looks like. And I want to end with some beautiful words written by Adam Steurer, who was here in Minnesota doing a story when Alex Preddy was executed. Every social theory undergirding Trumpism has been broken on the steel of Minnesota resolve. The secret fear of the morally depraved is that virtue is actually common and that they're the ones who are alone. They are. In Minnesota, all of the ideological cornerstones of MAGA have been proven false all at once. Minnesotans have shown that their community is socially cohesive because of its diversity, not in spite of it. We love one another in a world atomized by social media. We have persevered everything worthwhile about Western civilization while armed brutes try to tear it down by force. No matter how many more armed men Trump may send to impose his will on the people of Minnesota, all he can do is accentuate our valor. Minnesotans are brave. Minnesotans are showing up. Minnesotans are showing America and the world what patriotism really looks like. It will end here. We will end it here. Then we will repair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Over the course of the 6 months that this committee has existed, I have described my role as the chair as a conductor of a train on a tour through hell. Every 2 weeks, we dive into a new horrible thing that the federal government is doing to Minnesota. And over the last 2 months, it's felt like a waking nightmare here in our own communities as we watch something I didn't even think was possible happen in our country, in our state, right near our own homes. And I'm furious. As a lawmaker these days, we have a federal government that doesn't believe in the rule of law, doesn't follow the rule of law. So it feels kind of crazy to think we're going to go into session in 19 days and say we're going to pass a new law that's going to keep this in check. We're going to protect our citizens and our residents by passing a new law. But we have an administration that's not following the current laws. And every time I think about that, I feel helpless. I feel frustrated. I feel like the power that we do have as lawmakers is useless. But then I see something that changes my mind. And I see all of you, those of you who told your stories today, those of you who've been texting us and telling us you need help and explaining how you're helping. I see parents at the bus stops in my community making sure kids can go to school safely. I hear whistles as ICE moves through our neighborhoods to warn folks to stay safe. I watch and rewatch videos of Renee and Alex and observers and protectors all across our state standing up for their neighbors at great risk to themselves. Minnesotans are practicing their constitutional rights, their ability to exist and go about their daily lives. And these days, their daily lives means showing up to protect their neighbors. It's been the entire purpose of this community. How do we as a legislature show up to understand the hostile actions of the federal government that, in Donald Trump's own words, are retribution to this state? And then how do we protect our state and our residents? This hearing was focused on the stories of Minnesota during a surge of enforcement with 3,000 agents as the Trump administration is now sending in new leadership on the ground. There's talk of lowering the temperature, but let me be clear. For the government to violate the Bill of Rights is not acceptable, not with a force of 3,000 agents, not 300 agents, not 30. One lawless agent is too many. It cannot happen here in Minnesota, and it is not acceptable in any other state. We share our stories from our own communities for yours across this country. We will not cooperate and comply with detaining citizens. We will not comply with detaining children, dragging pregnant women through the snow, or forcing Hmong elders into the street in sub-zero temperatures in their underwear. If you want cooperation, start following the damn law. We started this hearing paying tribute to 3 Minnesotans who lost their lives during this invasion. 2 of them, Alex Preddy and Renee Macklin-Good, were killed observing and reacting to what is happening in their community. Victor Manuel Diaz was arrested and died in a prison camp for the crime of working to support his family. It is in their memory that we bear witness today and continue the work of caring for each other. We are adjourned.